Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening. Your Excellencies, colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. We shall now continue our discussion under sub item 17.1, Proposed Program Budget 2022-2023, and consider the revised text on sustainable financing as contained in document EB 148/26 Add 1 Revision 1. The financial and administrative implications of this draft decision, should it be adopted, are contained in document EB 148/26 Add 2. As several different proposals have been received as reflected in the document, I would like to invite the Vice Chair, who is present in the Executive Board room, to facilitate this portion of the discussion on my behalf. Mr. Kumal, you have the floor, please.
Okay, thank you, Chair. And it's a pleasure to resume the session on sustainable financing. So I'm sure that all colleagues have seen the new version of the text. You will have realized that we have different alternatives in the text for different sections of the original proposal. We are very thankful to all delegations who have sent in their text because it becomes clear that there is a possibility to move forward. However, since the time was so limited, it was unable, I think it's clear to understand that so far it was unable to reach a consensus upon the current version. There are two general ideas, I think, that were also reflected in the discussion. And the one is that for pragmatic reasons, some delegations argued and also have proposed their amendments for a smaller group for pragmatic reasons, because there was the reasoning that potentially this is so complex that it could make sense to start with a smaller group and then go broad. However, there is a strong group on the other hand saying that this is of such immense importance to practically all members of this organization that the work needs to happen completely transparently and inclusive, with all members being able to engage on an equal footing. That being said, I believe we have to move forward on this issue. We also have time limitations, obviously. Today we will be trying to finish, I think, all of the PBAC issues, but also then on Monday and Tuesday we will have time limitations. So the proposal is that the chair and the vice chair would be working on a text in order to trying to bring the different ideas together, especially the texts that have been proposed by member states, also textual amendments, and that we would then, and this could be a difficult message. Well, there are two messages here, one good message and a bad message. We have spoken to the interpreters and they have agreed that we will have time after the closure of this meeting to have informal consultations on a text, which we will be proposing, the chair and the vice chair. We will be working on this text and we will distribute it at some stage today. We will work, obviously we will need the help there. So I will just highlight my current thinking, how we will proceed. So I think it's quite clear that since there has been such an outspoken group that wants to engage, and that group is certainly larger than just 20 or 30 member states, that there will need to be a working group open to all members of this organization who want to engage in the discussions of sustainable financing. So I think that is certainly something that we need to take into account drafting the new version. We have seen some textual amendments from various delegations that there should be a focus, including on options for member states to improve sustainable financing in support of essential functions. Some delegations want a reference to the Constitution. We've seen also delegations asking that there should be options to identify credible ways to ensure that any funding to WHO goes to programmatic priorities collectively set out by the whole membership. I think that will be easy to be included in the first para. We will then go on. Some member states argued that there should be a reference to the work that has been already happening in the governing bodies on sustainable financing, and that also the upcoming recommendations of the Independent Panel for Pandemic Preparedness and Response, IOAC, and IHR review should be on the issue of sustainable financing, should be incorporated, depending obviously whether these panels bring up recommendations on this issue. So I think that could also be easily included. And I think that also the recommendations regarding the setting up of vice chairs and chairs of this meeting can easily be incorporated. We talked to the Secretariat with regards to potential timelines, and also that can, from my point of view, be easily incorporated in a draft version that we will distribute. So I intend not to open the floor now. It's quite clear that we need to have a consolidated version, draft version, that we will be working on, the chair and the vice chair. We will be distributing this today. So I would like to clarify again that we intend to hold an informal consultation following the closure of today's meeting at 5:30 Central European Time. And with that, I would wish to give the floor again to the chair and suspend this item. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Kumal. This concludes our consideration of sub-item 17.1. Now let us turn to the items that were considered by the PBAC last week. As announced yesterday, I will open those items and focus on the recommendations of the PBAC. I will ask if the board concurs with the specific recommendations outlined in the PBAC report, and then request that delegations only raise their hand on the platform if they are not in a position to concur. We shall now consider together agenda items 17.3, Scale of Assessments 2022-23, and 17.4, Status of Collection of Assessed Contributions, including member states in arrears in the payment of their contributions to an extent that would justify invoking Article 7 of the Constitution. The relevant documents are document EB 148/28, which outlines the proposed scale of assessments for the financial period 2022-23, and document EB 148/29 on the status of collection of assessed contributions. I would like to draw your attention to the recommendations of the PBAC as contained in paragraph 29 and 31 of document EB 148/5. I shall now invite the Secretariat to read out the PBAC recommendations. Secretariat, you have the floor, please.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. With respect to the item on the scale of assessments for 2022-2023, the PBAC made the following recommendations. The committee recommended that the Executive Board defer consideration of this item, including the draft resolution on the scale of assessments for 2022-2023, to the 34th meeting of the Program Budget and Administration Committee, so that the committee could make a recommendation for adoption of the draft resolution by the 74th Health Assembly in 2021. With respect to the item on the status of collection, the PBAC made the following recommendation. The committee recommended that the executive board defer consideration of this item, including the draft resolution concerning member states in arrears in the payment of their contributions to an extent that would justify invoking Article 7 of the Constitution, to the 34th meeting of the Program Budget and Administration Committee, so that the committee could provide an update on the situation and a recommendation to the 74th World Health Assembly in May. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. I shall now ask delegations to raise their hand on the virtual platform only if they are not in a position to concur with the PBAC's recommendations. I see no objections. I understand that the board concurs with the PBAC guidance and that the reports are noted. Thank you. That concludes our discussion of agenda sub-items 17.3 and 17.4. We shall now consider together agenda items, sub-items 18.1, update on information management and technology, and 18.2, Geneva Buildings Renovation Strategy. The reports by the Director General are contained in document EB 148/30 and EB 148/31 respectively. I would also like to draw your attention to the report of the PBAC contained in document EB 148/5, paragraphs 32 to 36. The PBAC recommended that the board note the reports. I now ask that the delegations only raise their hand on the platform if they are not in a position to concur. I see no objections. The reports are noted. That concludes our discussion of agenda sub-items 18.1 and 18.2. We shall now consider sub-item 19.1, WHO transformation. The report by the Director General is contained in document EB 148/32. I would also like to draw your attention to the recommendations of the PBAC as contained in paragraph 43 of document EB 148/5, and I invite the Secretariat to read out these recommendations. Secretariat, you have the floor, please.
Thank you, Honorable Chair, for giving me the floor. The PBAC made the following recommendations on the item WHO transformation. The committee recommended that the Executive Board note the report. It further proposed as guidance for the Secretariat's implementation of existing mandates that the Secretariat take steps to overcome gaps in implementation of the transformation strategy in view of the frequent mismatch between available resources at country level and the needs of member states and partners. As the transformation process is taking place in the context of wider United Nations reform, continue to coordinate and engage with other United Nations system entities, especially at the country level. Ensure that there is broad and consistent staff engagement in the transformation process. Continually measure progress and communicate information to member states, and take into account the findings and recommendations from the Independent Panel for Pandemic Preparedness and Response and from the external evaluation of transformation in the prioritized plan for the continuing implementation of transformation. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. I shall now ask that delegations only raise their hand on the platform if they are not in a position to concur with the recommendations of the PBAC. I see no objections. I understand that the board concurs with the PBAC's guidance and that the report is therefore noted. Thank you. This concludes the board's consideration of item 19.1. We shall now consider sub-item 19.5, engagement with non-state actors. The relevant documents are EB 148/39 and EB 148/40. A draft decision is contained in paragraph 19 of document EB 148/40. The financial and administrative implications of this draft decision, should it be adopted, are contained in document EB 148/40 Add 1. As this item was discussed by the PBAC, I shall draw your attention to the recommendations of the PBAC as contained in paragraph 65 of document EB 148/5 and invite the Secretariat to read out these recommendations. Secretariat, you have the floor, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, for giving me the floor once more. The PBAC made the following recommendations to the board. The committee recommended that the executive board note the reports contained in documents EB 148/39 and EB 148/40, and that it adopt the draft decision contained in paragraph 19 of EB 148/40. It further proposed as guidance for the Secretariat's implementation of existing mandates that the Secretariat take prompt action to develop a WHO engagement strategy with non-state actors at both global and regional engagement levels, and provide resources for headquarters and regional offices, including resources for regional offices to carry out due diligence of non-state actors. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. I shall now request that delegations only raise their hand on the platform if they are not in a position to concur with the recommendations of the PBAC. I see no objections. I understand that the board concurs with the PBAC's guidance and that the reports are therefore noted. Is the board now ready to adopt the draft decision contained in EB 148/40 paragraph 19 as recommended by the PBAC? I see no objection. The decision is adopted. Thank you. That concludes the board's consideration of sub-item 19.5. Let us now take together agenda sub-items 21.1, statement by the representative of the WHO Staff Associations, 21.2, report of the Ombudsman, 21.3, human resources update, 21.4, amendments to the staff regulations and staff rules, and 21.5, report of the International Civil Service Commission. The relevant documents are EB 148, information/1, statement by the representative of the WHO Staff Associations, EB 148, information/2, and EB 148/information/3, reports of the Ombudsman, EB 148/44, human resources update, and EB 148/45, amendments to the staff regulations and staff rules, which contains 3 draft resolutions. The financial and administrative implications of these draft resolutions, should they be adopted, are contained in document EB 148/45 Add 1. The Secretariat will provide a verbal update in respect of the sub-item on the report of the International Civil Service Commission. I would now like to give the floor to the moderator so that we can hear from the representatives of the WHO Staff Associations, the Ombudsman, and the Director of Human Resources and Talent Management. Secretariat, you have the floor, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. before we go to the Secretariat, I see that the United States has requested for the floor. United States, you have the floor for your initial remarks, please.
Thank you, Chair and Moderator. The United States appreciates the representative's report. We're really commenting on the Staff Association report. And we thank the Staff Association for their work throughout the year. We believe the most precious resource of any organization is its human resources. We therefore wish to acknowledge and express our sincere appreciation for the dedication of WHO personnel to advancing the organization's critical work, especially amidst the extraordinary difficulties of the ongoing COVID-19 pandemic. We would like to particularly commend efforts by staff to put out technical and scientific and public health advice for controlling this pandemic through diverse media platforms. We hope and expect to see even more of this going forward, but really want to thank the technical weekly briefings for their incredibly visionary and proactive approach to COVID-19 and the way in which it has involved the whole organization. As you heard from Dr. Fauci, the Biden-Harris administration reversed the previous decision to withdraw from WHO, and I know I speak for the whole U.S. government and the American people that we are back and ready to partner in support of your critical mission. The United States encourages all to continue working collaboratively and constructively to meet WHO's current and future organizational, administrative, and workforce challenges. Thank you.
Thank you, United States. We are now coming back to the Secretariat interventions. I would like to give the floor to Ms. Jennifer Linkins, Director of Human Resources and Talent Management. You have the floor.
Thank you very much. As mentioned by the Chair, I'm specifically giving an update on the report of the International Civil Service Commission. As for all of us, 2020 was a challenging year for the International Civil Service Commission. It could not hold its usual sessions in March and July, and could only hold one mostly virtual session from 12 to 21 October 2020. This meant that its report for 2020, which would normally be released in September, was not available until the 1st of December 2020. As a result, the organization could not provide its usual EB report on the matter. Instead, as mentioned in the annotated agenda for EB 148, the Director General will make the Commission's report and recommendations available to the Board. The Secretariat will provide the Board with a verbal summary of the salient points. You will find the report of the ICSC on the main page with the documentation for the meeting. And I would like to proceed with the verbal update. In this regard, the ICSC report A/75/30 has been posted, as I mentioned, on the WHO governing body's site on the main documents page. The verbal summary of the salient points is guided by the UN General Assembly Resolution 75/245 of the 31st of December 2020, entitled United Nations Common System, which considered the ICSC report. The following items were covered. Base floor salary scale. In the staff regulations and staff rule amendments, as you will have seen, the General Assembly approved a 1.9% adjustment of the unified base floor scale as recommended by the Commission. This is a no loss, no gain adjustment of the scale. Danger pay. The General Assembly took note of the Commission's decision to increase the level of danger pay for internationally recruited staff and to update the monthly level of danger pay for locally recruited staff. Children's and secondary dependence allowances. The General Assembly took no action on the increase of dependency allowances that were recommended by the Commission. Accordingly, the current levels of these allowances remain unchanged. Hardship duty stations. the General Assembly decided to continue the pilot project of granting $15,000 for staff members with eligible dependents in duty stations with E-hardship classification conditions in 2021. And lastly, contractual framework. The General Assembly welcomed the decision of the Commission to establish a working group to review the implementation of the current contractual framework by the organizations and any possible improvements within the current framework. This concludes my verbal update. I look forward to any comments and questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. That concludes Secretariat intervention for the time being. The floor is back to you.
Thank you. I shall now invite the Secretariat to read out the recommendations of the PBAC contained in paragraph 56 of document EB 148/5. Secretariat, you have the floor, please.
Thank you, Honorable Chair, for giving me the floor. I shall now read out the recommendations of the PBAC. The committee recommended that the Executive Board note the reports contained in documents EB 148/44 and EB 148/45, and that it adopt the 3 resolutions contained in document EB 148/45. The committee further proposed as guidance for the Secretariat's implementation of existing mandates that the Secretariat A, continue working to improve geographical representation from unrepresented and underrepresented countries. B, pursue implementation of the Ombudsman's recommendations, including those from previous years. C, take steps towards the goal of gender parity at all levels of the organization, especially among heads of country offices. D, continue putting in place measures to support staff and deal with staff mental health issues in the context of the COVID-19 pandemic and explore alternative ways of working, among other measures. E, enhance its efforts to reduce the time taken to recruit staff, particularly to posts of high responsibility. F, include statistics on trends in sick leave and overtime in future human resources reports. G, consider interagency mobility within the context of the global mobility policy. H, provide updates and a comprehensive overview on the functioning and resourcing of the enabling functions supporting work on preventing and addressing harassment and abusive conduct towards staff and beneficiaries. I, keep member states informed of and seek their views on the development of the diversity and inclusion strategy for the WHO workforce, and that this strategy should be guided by the principles agreed within the United Nations Common System. And J, keep member states informed of and seek their views on the development of the policy on prevention of abusive conduct, and that this policy should be guided by the principles agreed within the United Nations Common System. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. I shall ask that delegations only raise their hand on the platform if they are not in a position to concur with PBAC's recommendations. I'd like to hand the floor back to the moderator.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We have managed to connect the representative of the Staff Association. Ms. Corsini, you have the floor.
I'm just going to read the statement while noting that this was already presented to the feedback and discussed there. So, Mr. Chair, members of the committee, representatives of the member states and their colleagues. On behalf of thousands of staff members of the organization, we thank you for the opportunity to submit a written statement and address the executive board. The past year was unprecedented for the world and challenging for the organization and every staff member. During the past months, the staff have shown more dedication, hard work, determination, agility, and caring than ever before. The pandemic, however, aggravated many issues of concern to the staff, most importantly of which are highlighted in our statement, and a few of which I would like to bring to your attention. As it has already been reported to you during the feedback by Dr. Alwan, a number of initiatives have been taken in response to the changing realities, and we welcome the progress so far on the WHO transformation. The functional reviews and restructuring process are still ongoing in regional and country offices, and their alignment across the organization would help to meet the goals of the global program of work. The restructuring process is taking place in different timelines and with different approach, and this makes it difficult to give an overview of the process globally. The staff associations hope and expect that the process in the regions and countries will have job security as an objective, as repeatedly committed by senior management. The trust and motivation of staff must not be put to test when it is the most needed during the pandemic time. We repeat our request made during the previous EB session that an independent evaluation of the whole restructuring process across WHO with focus on values is conducted. On geographical mobility, we look forward to the outcome of the mobility simulation exercise and the following implementation plan to provide clarifications to many concerns, including the criteria of prioritization, deferrals, and particularly human resources support measures. There are still some central issues crucial for successful and efficient implementation of mobility that have not been addressed in the policy to date. And these are lack of a unified system of position descriptions and classifications and transparent and sustainable human resources plans across all major offices, costing of mobility implementation accompanied by a cost-benefit analysis, new COVID realities which have implications for mobility, such as travel restrictions, mandatory quarantines, isolation, and separation of families. And on the harassment policy, we again reiterate that addressing all forms of harassment must be of the utmost priority for the organization, and repeat our request that the new WHO policy on preventing and addressing harassment, sexual harassment, discrimination, abuse of authority, and its corresponding implementation plan should be finalized and promulgated. Given the crucial importance of the topic for both the welfare of staff and the successful functioning of WHO, the staff associations expect member states to be consulted on the draft policy before finalization. And then on the mental health, the studies show that up to 40% of staff reported their health and well-being negatively affected during the pandemic, often seriously. We would therefore like the organization to embrace a cultural change that promotes and ensures mental health in the workplace. Mental health and psychosocial support are important components of the occupational safety and health of our workforce and must become part of the essential services offered routinely to staff members. There is a direct correlation between the mental health and well-being of staff, and many of the issues and concerns emphasized in our statement are concerned that delays in addressing these issues will have significant impact on the WHO workforce. Distinguished representatives of the member states, we thank you for your time and consideration of the issues we bring to you today. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Corsini. We would now like to invite the Ombudsman to take the floor.
Mr. Chair, we have some technical issues in connecting the Ombudsman for the meeting. Maybe we can proceed. Apologies, just give us a few minutes. Mr. Chair, honorable delegates, we ask for your indulgence for just a little bit longer while we sort out the technical issues of connecting the Ombudsman. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, if I may, just whilst we're waiting for the Ombudsman to connect, I'd just like to provide Member States with some further details about the drafting group on sustainable financing that was announced for later today, Geneva time. The drafting group will convene at 5:30 p.m. Central European time. The documentation, the chair's text is currently being prepared and will be disseminated to you as soon as possible. And a new Zoom link will be sent to Member States participants for the formal consultation at 5:30 this afternoon. So you will receive a new Zoom link, and the meeting will convene at 5:30 with a revised chair's text on sustainable financing. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm hoping we will have the Ombudsman online momentarily.
Yeah, why not? Okay, so while waiting, probably I would like to say if you use the opportunity instead of just waiting idly. Would like to say a few words on the report from the Staff Association. With Staff Association, one thing I would like to underline is the most important thing to address the staff issues is regular meeting of the management with the Staff Association. And we have a regular engagement every 2 months. Myself included, and the association. Of course, the Staff Association also have a regular meeting with our Human Resources Department. And we discuss based on issues that arise from staff and then try to address the challenges together. And this is really helping, and we have addressed many issues together. And I would like to appreciate the Staff Association for their, active engagement and support. And then the other thing we do is not only directly working with Staff Association, but we have open hour by or allocated sessions every week by senior management, starting from myself. And we have every week a session we call open hour, and any staff who has issues to discuss can use that opportunity. And it's helping us a lot. We started it as part of the transformation in 2 ways. One, during the open hour, many staff members come with new ideas that can help the organization to be better, ideas that address the challenges. And since this is a private discussion, that also helps them to be, comfortable to discuss about any other issue, and that may include when they have problems, personal, anything that they would like us to address, they can also raise that. So this is one-on-one basis, and which we believe is helping. And we're benefiting from the good ideas coming from staff, but at the same time, the problems that staff bring to our attention during this open hour helps us not only to solve the problem of the individual, but at the same time to understand if it's a systemic problem. And we follow up not only on the personal problem, but also if it's found to be a systemic problem, to find ways to address the systemic problem. And that is also helping to address staff issues. Then the other thing we're doing, especially this year in 2021, is our regional directors and myself have agreed to designate this year as the year of the respectful workplace, the year of the workforce. We're preparing a plan to make sure that, in 2021, we create a better work environment so our staff could be more productive. Because a better environment, working environment, helps us to better serve the people we serve. And we will work on this together with our staff association and engagement of all staff, because it has to be everybody's business to improve the workplace, the environment of our working environment. And this will include diversity, inclusion, internal justice, and career developments, and a long list actually that can be addressed based on the plan we're preparing for this year. On mental health, as the president of the association said, especially during this unprecedented year, we have seen how it impacted our staff. And our Department of Mental Health has already developed a plan, and they're working with relevant departments to sustain, especially the mental health issues in workplace. And we hope to address that as part of the year of respectful workplace. But this is not just a one-year activity, but we will use this as a platform. This year as a platform to continue doing whatever we can to strengthen or to improve the work environment of our organization. On mobility, as you know, all members of WHO, when we joined the organization, we commit to serve wherever we're assigned to serve. And mobility is important because we belong to the world. And our staff agrees on this. But at the same time, making sure that the mobility is centered around bringing more impact and making our staff more productive is important. Mobility for the sake of mobility is not the issue. And that's why we're doing simulations so we can address some of the challenges we might face in the future before we start the mobility. So we take it seriously. Of course, mobility is very important, but at the same time, it should be done in a way that helps us to achieve more and to better serve the people we serve. So these are the few points I would like to say. I think our ombudsman is online now. So Chair, back to you.
As a WHO Ombudsman and Director of Mediation Services, I am pleased to appear before you on behalf of all WHO Ombudsmen and to comment upon the conclusions reached by the PBAC on the report of the Ombudsman. Following its review of the report, the PBAC concluded that the Secretariat should proceed to implement the Ombudsman recommendations, including those from past years. A thorough review of past recommendations, which have not yet been fully implemented, is an outstanding issue which certainly merits further scrutiny. I will therefore focus on the recommendations made this year. The first of these relates to the working conditions staff face under lockdown and the resulting problems, in particular those impacting on plan objectives. For most colleagues, working from home in a virtual environment has been challenging. Not only have they had to adapt overnight to the way of working, but also the tasks they face change against the backdrop of the urgency of the global crisis. Growing anxiety and fear for the future are part of our working reality today and risk taking a serious toll on our staff mental health. Under such conditions, ensuring staff well-being must be a priority for the organization and particularly for supervisors, as they are the first port of call for the staff. Supervisors need to reach the teammates to assess how they're faring. In the absence of such support from supervisors, colleagues risk disengaging from it, with potentially serious consequences for WHO's work. The Ombudsman is concerned that all supervisors have been able to keep regular and open communications with their staff. Some lack the necessary empathy or feel ill-equipped to do so, while others could not withstand the tension of that the pandemic brought about. Unless senior management impresses on supervisors the need to have quality communications with their teams on a regular basis and provides adequate support for that task, we may see significant mental health impacts. This could hinder WHO's ability to deliver as expected at this critical time. The second recommendation the Ombudsman outlined in the report is the need for WHO to make progress towards greater diversity and against racism. A similar call was made in my report to this committee 2 years ago. At the time, the Ombudsman recommended that WHO should address discrimination on grounds of race by including conversations with the staff. These conversations are indeed long overdue. A number of commendable steps have, however, been taken in the direction of ambiguous support for equality and his racism, and the announcement of policy and structural change to the problem. These changes are undoubtedly steps in the right direction, which the Ombudsman welcomes. But we need to move beyond formal policy announcements into a soul-searching exercise in which all the staff ought to be involved. One which allows us to realize the long way we have come together, being mindful of the road ahead towards a more open and inclusive organization. At times, the Ombudsman has been criticized for putting too much emphasis on the negative side of things without giving enough credit for accomplishments. Let me take this opportunity to underline a truly remarkable aspect of our organization's response to the crisis. That is, the extraordinary efforts the staff have made since the start of the pandemic. Last year, at the onset of the greatest health crisis in recent history, the whole WHO workforce was placed on full alert and the eyes of the world turned to our organization. For some, it was a difficult move as they were themselves not immune to the anxieties and pressures brought about by the pandemic. The staff living alone or with families far away, or those taking care of children and elderly family members, had a hard time adjusting to the new conditions. Colleagues involved in the response to COVID-19 found themselves struggling with the hefty responsibilities and the tremendous pressure, with little or no rest for weeks on end. That pressure was also felt by many others throughout the organization. In this context, it must also be noted that staff morale and cohesion suffered a great deal as a result of the criticism directed at WHO from some quarters. I am not questioning legitimate queries about WHO response to the pandemic, as accountability is part of our core values. I'm referring to the social media campaign of accusations about the integrity and professionalism of WHO and its top leadership, claims which distressed many colleagues and left them in need of reassurance. In the Ombudsman view, greater support from the organization main stakeholders, namely member states, could have gone a long way to reassure WHO staff that the work was making a real difference, that they should be proud of WHO and that as professionals, they too deserve public recognition. The Ombudsman notes with appreciation, however, that such recognition has come loud and clear in recent statements by member state representatives during the past Health Assembly and other legislative meetings. Despite the challenges faced with the enormity of the COVID-19 pandemic and while the world watched, WA staff rose to the occasion with utmost dedication and loyalty. No doubt, this is, in my view, one of the most significant aspects of our organization's response to the crisis. Let me therefore conclude my presentation by thanking all WHO colleagues for their exemplary efforts during these challenging times and their commitment towards the mission of improving people's health. On behalf of all ombudsmen in WHO, I would like to thank you for your interest in our work. I very much look forward to your comments, suggestions, and questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ombudsman. Mr. Chair, we give floor back to you.
Thank you. I shall ask that delegations only raise their hand on the platform if they are not in a position to concur with PBAC's recommendations. I see no objections. I understand that the board concurs with the PBAC's guidance and that the reports are therefore noted. Let us now consider the three draft resolutions on amendments to the staff regulations and staff rules contained in document EB 148/45. We shall first consider draft resolution 1, which can be found on page 3 of the English version of document EB 148/45. This concerns the remuneration of staff in the professional and higher categories. Having considered the report of the PBAC, is the board ready to adopt this resolution? I see no objection. The resolution is adopted. Let us now consider draft resolution 2, which concerns the remuneration of staff in ungraded positions and the Director General. Having considered the report of the PBAC, is the board ready to adopt the draft resolution contained on pages 3 and 4 of the English version of document EB 148/45? I see no objection. The resolution is adopted. Let us now consider draft resolution 3, which concerns payments and deductions, recruitment policies, and abolition of post. Having considered the report of the PBAC, is the board ready to adopt this resolution? I see no objection. The resolution is adopted. That concludes our discussion of sub-items 21.1, 21.2, 21.3, 21.4 and 21.5. We shall now consider item 19.2, WHO reform. The three bullet points under this item will be taken together. The relevant documents are document EB 148/33 on WHO reform, governance. The report contains a draft decision for consideration on establishing end dates for resolutions and decisions with unspecified reporting requirements. The financial and administrative implications of this draft decision, should it be adopted, are contained in document EB 148/33 add 1, document EB 148/34 on World Health Days. The Executive Board is invited to provide guidance on the recommendations for the way forward set out in the report, and document EB 148/35 on involvement of non-state actors in WHO's governing bodies. The board is invited to note this report and, before permanent changes are considered, to provide guidance on whether the proposed new approach to non-state actor participation should be tested at the 74th World Health Assembly. I understand that a draft decision on World Neglected Tropical Diseases Day is contained in document EB 148 2022/conference/7. The financial and administrative implications of this draft decision, should it be adopted, are contained in document EB 148 conference/7 add 1. The floor is now open for discussion. I would like to request that the Secretariat moderate the discussion on the virtual platform. Secretariat, you may have the floor, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I now recognize the delegation of the United Arab Emirates to be followed by the United States of America. United Arab Emirates, you have the floor.
Mr. Chairman, Your Excellencies, Dr. Tadros, Director General of WHO, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, I thank you very much for giving me the floor to introduce the draft decision on the NTD Day. More than 1.5 billion people are estimated to require intervention against neglected tropical diseases each year in all over the world. At least 200,000 people die each year from snake bite, rabies and dengue fever alone. Lack of timely access to the treatment and care for neglected tropical diseases leave hundreds of millions more severely disabled, disfigured, or disabled. In accordance with the relevant United Nations instrument, namely the 2013 resolution, WHA 66.12, the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development include Target 3.3 of Sustainable Development Goal 3, ensure healthy life and promote well-being for all at all age. The 2019 United Nations General Assembly Political Declaration of High-Level Meeting on Universal Health Coverage to strengthen to address neglected tropical diseases as a part of universal health coverage and decision WHA 7333 on the new roadmap for neglected tropical diseases 2021-2030. The United Arab Emirates strongly believe that an official UN day dedicated to neglected tropical diseases, which cover more than 20 diseases, will assist the international health communities to overcome these diseases. The World NTD Day already exists, but we need to make it official. That's why the request from the Secretariat for memorandum on new health day is not applicable to our proposal. This day aims also to energize and align partners across the NTD community behind the common set of messages and calls to action that drive home the urgent need for political and financial commitment, build political will and public awareness in endemic countries with leadership, shape a sustainable annual moment for NTD community to drive advocacy for years to come. To the end, we are pleased to propose draft decision which corresponds by Oman and Brazil to formalized by the EB 148. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. I would now like to give the floor to the delegation of the United States of America to be followed by Australia. US, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. The United States thanks the Secretariat for these reports on WHO reform. We commend these continued efforts to improve WHO, and we're committed to building a strong, effective, and influential WHO. We appreciate the Secretariat's report on the involvement of non-state actors in WHO governing bodies. Engagement with non-state actors is essential for WHO to achieve its objectives and advance its work. The United States believes it's critical to enhance and ensure meaningful participation of non-state actors in WHO governing bodies, while also creating greater efficiency in the governance process. Non-state actor participation must be allowed in a transparent and accountable manner, with an open door to input from all stakeholders, including the private sector. We support the Secretariat's proposed new approach for non-state actor involvement outlined in the report, and we believe testing the approach ahead of the 74th World Health Assembly is reasonable. For World Health Days, we support the development of criteria to establish World Health Days and request the Secretariat to continue these consultations during the intersessional period. We appreciate the leadership of the United Arab Emirates on World Health Day's draft decision and support the proposal for a World Neglected Tropical Diseases observance each year on 30th of January. We support the draft decision outlining recommendations for sunsetting reporting requirements, and we appreciate efforts to improve effectiveness and efficiency of governance processes. Thank you.
Thank you. I would now like to give the floor to the delegation of Australia, to be followed by the United Kingdom. Australia, you have the floor.
Thank you. Australia recognises the importance of continuing to drive meaningful improvements to support the effective and efficient operation of the WHO's governing bodies. With our relatively recent move to virtual governing body meetings, measures to achieve efficiencies, better manage reporting, and maximise our substantive discussion on strategic priorities could not be more timely. We appreciate the thorough work of the Secretariat in undertaking this exercise, and we support the decision for sunsetting reporting periods as proposed. Reporting requirements, as proposed. On the matter of World Health Days, Australia is supportive of them being linked to the WHO's general program of work and supports further consultation with member states on potential criteria for the establishment of new World Health Days. Australia appreciates the valuable and diverse contributions of non-state actors to the WHO's work. This past year has highlighted the significance of WHO's partnerships and engagement with NSAs in responding to the pandemic. In noting this, it is important we seek to improve opportunities for meaningful engagement while respecting the intergovernmental nature of the WHO and appropriately balancing the governing body meeting schedule. Australia is supportive of the principle of an informal meeting with NSAs and the potential value such exchanges could bring to all parties. The proposed format for the informal meeting or trial, however, is very ambitious, given the already crowded intersessional agenda in 2021 and the pressure this will place on member state engagement. In order to ensure meaningful engagement, we suggest that before agreeing to a trial, the number of meetings proposed be reviewed and streamlined. NSAs should have the opportunity to provide reflections to technical areas well in advance of the governing body meetings. Also, the Secretariat should look to revise technical guidance and governing body papers in response to NSA views. Also, the Secretariat should advise where input from NSAs has been used and where the evidence is not strong enough to reflect views from NSAs, and communicate this to member states and NSAs at a streamlined session. Finally, we believe side events for a proposed NSA informal be limited, as this would be a significant commitment so close to the Health Assembly for member states. We appreciate assurances that any informal trial would take into consideration differences in time zones to ensure an equitable balance of participation. Governing body meetings continue to be run at a challenging time slot for many member states, including those of the Western Pacific region, which can impact engagement. Thank you.
Thank you, United Kingdom. I would now like to give the floor to Kenya, to be followed by Indonesia. Apologies. Thank you, Australia. I would like now to give the floor to United Kingdom, to be followed by Kenya. Apologies. United Kingdom, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. The UK supports efforts to clarify the process for the establishment of World Days and other health anniversaries to make it more systematic in future, and also understand the relative costs and benefits of such days. The aspects set out in the paper are the right ones to consider, and we look forward to further consultation before WHA 74. The UK also supports the proposals for sunsetting reporting requirements, as set out in the paper. This will clarify and consolidate reporting going forward. We also support the criteria set out for those areas to be exempted from sunsetting. We are clear this is about sunsetting reporting requirements and not about sunsetting ongoing activity. Engagement with non-state actors is important for the UK, and that is why we hold a specific meeting with civil society colleagues in advance of WHO governing body meetings, giving them an opportunity to raise issues and inform UK positions. The current pandemic has made it even clearer the need to work with all relevant partners to achieve our ambitious health goals. For that reason, we can support the proposal to pilot a virtual fora in advance of WHA 74. A virtual format will allow us to test the best timing for such meetings to enable genuine influence of member state positions, whilst recognising that this is dependent on timely paper availability. We continue to support the idea of constituency statements to ensure greater impact of messages. And finally, we want to restate the importance of full consultation with non-state actors in establishing new mechanisms. We must ensure that any solution also works for NSAs. Thank you.
Thank you, United Kingdom. I would now like to give the floor to Kenya, to be followed by Indonesia. Kenya, you have the floor. Delegate to Kenya, I do apologize. We have a problem with the sound. We will continue with Indonesia, and we will come back to you as soon as we sort out the technical issues. Indonesia, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. Indonesia would like to thank the Secretariat for the World Health Days report provided under the agenda sub-item 19.2 WHO reform. Indonesia also welcomes the request of United Arab Emirates to recognize 30th of January as a day dedicated to neglected tropical diseases. We can use the day as an opportunity to call upon all stakeholders to strengthen capacity in an efficient and sustainable manner, such as promoting multi-sectoral collaboration through social media engagement to increase the awareness of the roles of the non-health sectors on the related issues. We need to ensure the effectiveness and efficiency of the World Health Day in achieving its purpose. We also need to ensure that the commemoration of the NTD Day devoted to specific health issues could contribute in promoting the member states' technical and political effort to achieve the goals reflected in the commemoration. A proper guidance or comprehensive mechanism regarding the proposal of new World Health Days is required, including the procedures and criteria of the proposed day and review mechanism of the current list of existing World Health Days. At a more advanced stage, the World Health Days could be connected to the implementation of WHO's General Program of Work that allows member states and the organization to prioritize topics, identify goals, as well as determine the appropriate level of effort in terms of advocacy and communication. Lastly, as part of our commitment to promote NTD's eradication as one of our health priorities, Indonesia would like to be added as a co-sponsor of the proposed draft decision of the World NTD Day. Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Indonesia. I would like now to give the floor to the delegation of China, to be followed by Tonga. China, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. The Chinese delegation thanks the DG for his report and appreciate the work of the organization in governance report. As for the WHO reform, we have three following points. First, improving agenda management helps to devote more time to substantial discussions on WHO strategic priorities. China welcomes the approach of optimizing governance efficiency of governing bodies proposed in document EB 148/33 and supports the adoption of the decision. Second, with regard to the establishment of World Health Days, we are in favor of deciding the proposal on the establishment of WHD through consultation process submitted to the World Health Assembly. And we hope that the Secretary can provide a reasonable framework for setting up a new World Health Days and review the current WHD, including the evaluation, the effectiveness, so to make it better meet the objective of WHO. Third, China welcomes the adoption of a set of measures to improve the participation of NSA in WHO governance. We take note of the proposals contained in document EB 148/35 to organize informal meetings for the member states, technical units, and NSA. We believe there are still some details unclear. For example, what is the scope of the technical unit? What are the outcomes of the meetings between the technical units and NSA transparent? In what way? For example, how to define the participating member states? Will the results and outcomes of the meetings be linked to the World Health Assembly? Hope there can be more details can be provided by the Secretariat. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, China. I would now like to recognize the delegation of Tonga to be followed by Kenya. Tonga, you have the floor. The Honorable Delegate of Tonga, can you take the floor? Can you unmute yourself?
Honorable Chair, Director General, Your Excellencies, on behalf of His Majesty's Government, the Kingdom of Tonga, and the Pacific, we thank the Secretariat for the development of the report and WHO reform. COVID-19 pandemic has highlighted the importance of solidarity of member states, and WHO at its heart to provide technical guidance and develop support framework at global and regional level, and providing on-the-ground support at the country level. Tonga and the Pacific countries appreciate WHO's work and support provided from all levels of the organization, from headquarters, WIPRO, Fiji's Pacific Sub-Regional Office, and the country office. However, as the expectation from the world is extremely high, at times we note that there is discrepancy from what is expected and what WHO could provide. Tonga would like to emphasize the importance of the view from the country level and not only at global political level. We would like our voice to be heard from the Pacific Island countries and small Pacific developing states, to be heard in WHO reform, as we have unique issues to address. We would suggest utilizing online meeting platform so that countries that does not have representation in Geneva could also attend under this circumstance. Tonga would like to bring attention to have a focus on the emerging issues such as NCDs, including mental health, aging, and climate change as priorities, and not only on conventional issues. We need to think about future projected needs so that WHO reform remains relevant and prepared with sustainable funding for those areas. Finally, the Kingdom of Tonga and the Pacific Island countries look forward to ongoing contribution to WHO reform and transformation. Thank you, Honorable Chair.
Thank you, Tonga. We'd now like to try again Kenya. Kenya, can you take the floor? It seems that we still have issues with Kenya. We will now proceed with the delegation of Austria. Austria, you have the floor.
Austria thanks the DG for the reports under agenda item 19.2. As to document EB 148/35, we studied with interest the proposed way forward to improve the involvement of non-state actors in WHO's governance processes. We are generally in agreement that the proposed meetings are already tested virtually prior to the upcoming WHA in May. It would be fine if the Secretariat could provide some more detailed information on what the procedure for these meetings will look like. In addition, we would like to highlight some points which should be taken into account to allow for a meaningful interaction with NSAs. First, as stated in the report itself, it is of utmost importance that the documentation for the WHA is finalized well in advance of the meetings with the NSAs. Second, the date of the meetings organized for member states and NSAs should be chosen carefully so as to allow member states, especially smaller delegations, to participate as well as have enough time to propose the received input from NSAs in an already busy pre-WHA period. Third, after the trial phase, a web-based consultation should be conducted to gather the views of NSAs, WHO technical units, and member states about this way of involvement of NSAs and fed into the report, which will present it to the EB at its 105th session. Thank you.
Thank you, Austria. Kenya, we will go back now to you. You have the floor, Kenya.
Thank you, Chair. Can you hear me?
Yes, perfectly. Please proceed.
Thank you. Kenya is making this statement on behalf of the 47 members of the WHO African region. The African region thanks the Director General and the Secretariat for their continued efforts in advancing the governance reform, particularly in shaping the global health agenda in a rapidly changing environment. With regards to EB document 148/33, concerning the end dates for reporting on resolutions and decisions that have unspecified reporting requirements, the African member states commend the Secretariat for their efforts intended to improve the methods of work of the governing bodies. In general, we're in support of the proposals for sunsetting reporting on the resolutions whose mandates have been completed or superseded by a new mandate on the subject matter. However, we are concerned about the number of resolutions being compressed into the reporting cycle for maternal, newborn, child, and adolescent health. We recommend that the Secretariat reconsider this proposal to ensure that the adequate attention is given to this area, given its contribution to the burden of disease and its impact on sustainable development. Chairperson, the African member states also take note of the report of the DG on World Health Days, and we appreciate the efforts of the Secretariat in conducting a comprehensive review of this issue as summarized in document A73/19. We concur that World Health Days have been powerful tools to raise awareness on priority public health issues. Moving forward, there is need to develop clear criteria for designating World Health Days, taking into consideration the critical factors outlined in the Secretariat paper. Having considered the proposed way forward, we are in support of the Secretariat in consultation with member states concerning further informal consultations prior to the 74th World Health Assembly. This is important so that a criteria for the establishment of new World Health Days is developed and a review of the current World Health Days is also conducted. It is also important to identify the expectations for support from the Secretariat for the World Health Assembly's consideration. Lastly, the African member states acknowledge the importance of strengthened collaboration between WHO and non-state actors and recognize the need to deepen the collaboration in line with the framework of engagement with non-state actors, particularly in the context of the COVID-19 pandemic. We therefore welcome efforts for more sustained and systematic engagement between WHO member states and non-state actors in WHO governance meetings, and welcome the proposal of trialing an informal meeting of NSAs prior to the 74th World Health Assembly. As stated by other delegations, we request the Secretariat to ensure that preparation for the Assembly is not negatively impacted by this temporary arrangement, and we look forward to receiving the report of this trial, capturing the experiences of member states and non-state actors during the 150th session of the Executive Board. I thank you.
Thank you, Kenya. We will now continue with member states not represented at the Executive Board, and I would like to recognize the delegation of Thailand, to be followed by Brazil. Thailand, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. Firstly, Thailand welcomes the decision proposed by the Secretariat on reporting requirement of sunsetting agenda. This would gain efficiency of WHO work. We also see the advantage of the consolidation and streamlining of reporting. However, we are concerned on the number of issues included in the consolidated report. The NCD agenda, for example, consists of 12 resolutions and decisions to be reported, plus one new issue on oral health. The key points might be diluted by load of issues within one agenda. Secondly, Thailand supports WHO on the clear process in considering the World Health Days. To ensure the World Health Days are the days all can celebrate, Thailand also supports the draft devising on World Neglected Tropical Disease Day. Third, Thailand appreciates the innovative movement of WHO in generating platforms for closer collaboration across stakeholders, in particular non-state actors, through virtual meeting when travel is limited. As we have involved in many WHO virtual meetings, one challenge is how to expand the participation of all given different time zones. We also would like to seek clarification from Secretariat on how to link or integrate the outcome of these meetings with the WHO governing body meetings. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Thailand. We will now go to Brazil, to be followed by Japan. Brazil, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Moderator. Mr. Chair, Brazil takes note of the reports and proposals on governance and reporting requirements, World Health Days, and the involvement of non-state actors in WHO's governing bodies. On World Health Days, Brazil commends the United Arab Emirates leadership to establish the World Neglected Tropical Diseases Day. As a co-sponsor of this draft decision, Brazil adds its voice to those of fellow member states, affected communities, and civil society in calling for greater awareness and concrete actions to reach the goals for neglected tropical diseases set forth in the 2030 Agenda and in the WHO MTD Roadmap, soon to be launched. World Health Days are valuable tools to foster collective actions on the most pressing public health issues, and to shed light on challenges that require greater attention and resources. We urge the Secretariat to convene further consultations with member states on the matter. In Brazil's view, World Health Days have to be closely linked to WHO's mandates and work. On the other hand, we should avoid setting general rules based on one-dimensional approaches, such as potential costs or the current level of public engagement. Regarding the involvement of non-state actors in WHO's governing bodies, Brazil appreciates the idea of organizing informal meetings on a trial basis in the context of the World Health Assembly in May. We fail to see, however, how a separate meeting only for NSAs and the Secretariat would meet the standards, spirit, and purpose of a transparent, effective, and efficient dialogue with the member states in an intergovernmental organization. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Brazil. We will now come back to Germany as the Executive Board member, to be followed by Japan. Germany, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. And I will only talk about the involvement of non-state actors. So, first of all, I'd like to thank the Secretariat for having issued that document. I think we are moving into the right direction. We've been discussing the involvement of non-state actors in the governing bodies for quite a while, because there was, and I guess still is, the feeling among non-state actors, but also member states, that the current way of engaging is suboptimal and might have limits to being of being meaningful, a real meaningful engagement. We've raised this before, that often the statements are held after the discussion is already over, and therefore they can't really inform us anymore. And therefore, we believe we have to further work on it. We believe that, first of all, it's good that the DG already today exchanges on a frequent basis in a coordinated manner to our understanding with non-state actors. This is certainly a great practice. We believe that it's important for WHO, including its member states, to engage with non-state actors, because we believe only through this WHO is able to fulfill its leading and coordinating role in global health. We believe that the idea of setting up a virtual forum before the assembly is very interesting, because it ensures full transparency, full inclusiveness, and also this issue that we discussed before, namely that it could be difficult to ensure inclusiveness if the meeting happens in Geneva, where maybe not all NSA can participate because they have different resources. I think we tackle that through this virtual mechanism, which is obviously currently a necessity. We have doubts whether we need two virtual fora. I think it's a little bit, to some extent, potentially over-ambitious to hold two, but we are very much in favor of having one early enough before the assembly. We, as others, we also have sympathy for the idea to have group statements, but in a way that really make it meaningful. Our idea was a little bit that one could report like we're doing it currently with a PBAC report, so we are informed before we hold our statements, and we can react to the information and views of non-state actors. Certainly, whatever we're deciding should not limit the engagement with non-state actors. So even if we have a forum, at least for Germany, this means that certainly non-state actors would be still present in the World Health Assembly, as is current practice. Thank you.
Thank you, Germany. I would now like to recognize the delegation of Japan, to be followed by Slovakia. Japan, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Moderator. Japan welcomes the report and update on WHO reform from the Secretariat, realizing the importance of governance to maximize effectiveness and efficiency in line with member states' needs and expectations. We also support the sunset system around resolutions and thank UAE and others for proposing World Health Days with extensive background documents from the Secretariat. Regarding non-state actors, we would like to welcome the discussion on non-state actors to promote global health. At the same time, we need to be aware of transparency and responsibility for the engagement with non-state actors. Japan also wishes to mention the proposal from the Secretariat on the test trial to involve non-state actors in WHO's governing body. In addition, we understand the importance of informal meetings between WHO technical units and the non-state actors, as well as those between member states and non-state actors. Since there are a number of member states and non-state actors, we suggest the Secretariat to start from a small scale. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Japan. We would now like to invite the delegation of Slovakia to take the floor.
Thank you, Chair. Slovakia would like to align itself to the EU statements delivered on discussed issues. We would like to draw your attention to several points regarding regional and global aspects of Member States' participation for your consideration. Slovakia wishes to reaffirm its commitment to the WHO reform and strengthening. We welcome important efforts throughout the organization and its member states, including the initiatives for greater transparency, systemic approaches, predictability, and inclusiveness. We recognize with appreciation that agenda management, sensitivity of commitment, staff system, involvement of non-state actors, and their meaningful engagement, as my previous speakers mentioned, and many other efforts to improve the systematic approaches in WHO emerged. The whole organization is on the move, and what we believe, the fair systematic participation of member states should be part of this important process improvement. Slovakia has made a brief survey on the regional situation regarding coordination practice of the member states in different regions before submitting their candidatures to the WHO governance bodies. The survey demonstrated important regional differences in approaching the process of tabling candidatures within respective geographical groups. It also showed that a more predictable and consensuated manner of introducing candidatures within the region is missing only in the European region. Lastly, we thank the WHO Regional Office for Europe for having established a subgroup of the Standing Committee to explore ways to make the process of nominations and elections more transparent, inclusive, and predictable. We thank at the same time also many of our colleagues from European countries as well as from all of the other regions for their kind consultation and advice. Finally, we thank Kari, our WHO European Regional Coordinator in Geneva from Norway, for her hard work and support. Thank you.
Thank you, Slovakia. As there are no further requests from member states, we will now proceed with non-state actors in official relations with WHO. I would now like to call upon the Global Health Council. As there seem not to be connected, we will now go to the Stitch Think Health Action International. You have the floor, sir.
Health Action International welcomes the opportunity to comment on the proposed engagement with non-state actors in WHO's governing bodies. We appreciate the proposal for enhanced technical exchanges between non-state actors, WHO and governing bodies as additional opportunities to enrich engagement and contribute to global public health. However, the lack of detail as to how they are to happen, who will be invited, who will set the agenda, and other rules of procedure remain a concern to those who have witnessed creeping opacity, shrinking of NGO space, and poor consultation in recent years. We would like to be very clear. Public interest-driven non-government organizations have a legitimate role to play in WHO's governing bodies, a role which is very different from that of trade associations, philanthropic foundations, donors, and other non-state actors. Our overriding concern is that the technical exchanges will mask the disappearance of meaningful engagement elsewhere. For example, the notion of joint statements at governing bodies through constituencies. Frankly, they will not work, as they are based on a misconception that NGOs are all the same. The fact is, NGOs represent an entire spectrum of size, mission, structure, and mandate, all with specialist expertise in aspects of WHO's work. Moreover, corralling non-state actors into constituencies, inviting them to organize themselves, not only is an abdication of WHO's role as honest broker, but will reinforce power imbalances between and within non-state actors and worsen or obscure conflicts of interest inherent in multi-actor engagement. Thank you.
Thank you. I'd now like to call upon the International Federation of Medical Students Association. Madam, you have the floor.
Honorable Chairperson, distinguished delegates. The International Federation of Medical Students Associations commands the work of the World Health Organization to increase the meaningful engagement of non-state actors. However, we would like to note a troublesome decrease in engagement of NSAs at WHO high-level meetings. Therefore, we underline the importance of the current proposal and call upon all member states to ensure more meaningful engagement with better dialogue at all high-level meetings, including executive board meetings and regional committee sessions. We also call upon the WHO to distribute NSA's invitations in a timely manner, understanding that we bring our valued expertise because of the work that we do and not despite it. Finally, we call upon the WHO to implement the proposal of the Civil Society Engagement Commission and the Youth Council and encourage all stakeholders to support it. Thank you.
Thank you. I would now like to recognize the delegation of the Russian Federation. You have the floor.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. The Russian Federation is grateful to the Secretariat for the detailed work on the proposal to improve the format for cooperation with non-state actors. We particularly appreciate the contribution made by non-governmental organizations to the work of our organization. We hope that we will have further constructive proposals to improve the situation further. We call upon all member states to take an active part in the non-governmental forum organized alongside the World Health Assembly and the Executive Board in order to conclude the negotiating process on decisions and resolutions. We hope that proposals from the expert community expressed through non-governmental organizations in official relations with WHO will, as they should be, taken into account in the work of the governing bodies of the organization. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you. Thank you, Russian Federation. We are now going back to the non-state actors in official relations with WHO. And I would like to call upon the International Society for Quality in Healthcare Incorporated. We will now move to the Union for International Cancer Control. Madam, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Chair. And thank you for the opportunity to deliver this statement on behalf of UICC, World Cancer Research Fund International, World Heart Federation, World Obesity Federation, and supported by the NCD Alliance. We welcome the proposals addressed and the challenges part of the engagement with the WHO governing body meetings. We appreciate the proposed use of virtual platforms to broaden participation, recognizing the voices represented small organizations and those from low and middle income countries, and people with lived experiences may face multiple barriers to participating in governing body meetings. To achieve more effective and efficient engagement of NSAs, we call on WHO and the member states to consider that informal discussions are an excellent complement to, but not a replacement for, comprehensive online consultations and key documents. The systematic consultations early in the preparation of technical documents, i.e. zero drafts, will more effectively support WHO technical teams from the outset. And that informal meetings must be timed so as not to clash with formal preparatory meetings such as the PBAC. We also ask that WHO Secretariat provide clarity on the proposed modalities for informal discussions. We reiterate our willingness to develop constituency statements on a voluntary basis, but request clear information on the incentives to support them, such as additional time and minimum constituency size. We oppose the proposal for mandatory statements, which risks sidelining the voices of marginalised and vulnerable groups. Finally, we also encourage the WHO regional committees to adopt similar such proposals. Thank you.
Thank you. I now call upon the European Society for Medical Oncology. You have the floor, madam.
Honorable Chair, esteemed delegates, the European Society for Medical Oncology, ESMO, is a global network of more than 25,000 cancer professionals from over 160 countries. We agree that the expertise of non-state actors should come earlier in the WHO decision-making process and would be of greatest value at the onset of WHO projects and in the drafting of zero documents. Direct interaction and discussion between member states, WHO offices, and non-state actors would provide the opportunity for more in-depth exchanges and partnerships as member states develop policies and implement actions to fulfill their WHO commitments. We request that this procedure be implemented also for WHO regional meetings. We ask that these informal meetings complement but do not replace comprehensive consultations with non-state actors. We request that forming constituencies remains voluntary. We welcome that WHO documents would be made available with greater lead times for preparation of official non-state actor statements, which should not be limited in number. We would appreciate the opportunity to organize side events at the pre-World Health Assembly meetings and at the World Health Assembly, and we look forward to receiving a communication from WHO on the modalities of these virtual meetings. Thank you.
Thank you. I would now like to recognize International Planned Parenthood Federation. Mr. Chair, we have no further requests for the floor, so coming back to you, please.
Thank you. If there are no more requests for the floor, I shall ask the Secretariat to respond to the questions raised. Secretariat, you have the floor, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The Deputy Director General, Dr. Susanna Jakob, will coordinate the Secretariat's response.
Thank you very much, Moderator, for giving me the floor, and I will be happy to coordinate. And let me first give the floor to GBS, to Gina, to respond to some of the issues that have been raised. Over to you, Gina, please.
Thank you so much, Dr. Jakob. I would like to respond to the questions and comments raised in relation to document EB 14833 on governance reform, which deals with the issue of the sunsetting or the establishment of end dates for reporting requirements. I would just like to recall that the impetus for this work was really a request by member states to look at the agenda management work that we were doing and try to manage the agenda in such a way as to promote strategic decision-making, to really have more opportunity for exchange and debate on the items on the agenda. In that process, we understood that we should establish an end date of 6 years for reporting on resolutions and decisions, as was agreed in decision WHA 7222. And we were asked last January to look at resolutions and decisions that are more than 6 years old and make recommendations for establishing reporting requirements, and also for the streamlining of reporting on resolutions and decisions, which is what you would have before you in the documentation. In order to do that, we held a series of meetings with technical teams across the organization. We had to look very carefully at how issues have evolved over time. So you could take, for example, the issue of river blindness. There was once resolutions on the issue of river blindness, and today we have an NTD roadmap and reporting that is taking place in that context. And so how we are addressing and reporting on issues changes with time. Another decision that has been made based on the good inputs from member states in the consultation process was the recommendation that we come back to the governing bodies before the expiration of the reporting period, such that we can receive your further guidance on how to address any reporting going forward. In some instances, there may need to be adjustments that are made to reporting requirements. There could be strategies and action plans that need to be adapted to a changing situation. And so with that, what I'd like to do is thank you very much for all of the positive comments, for the support during the consultation process, for comments on agenda management from member states. And I understand other colleagues may wish to have to provide comments on this subject, but thank you very much. Back over to you, DDG.
Thank you very much for your excellent feedback and comments. And let me now pass the floor to Gaudens Silberschmidt on the non-state actors issue. Gaudens, over to you.
Thank you, Deputy Director General. We would like to thank the EB members, other member states, and the non-state actors for the support to the proposal for a trial of an informal meeting and constituency statements. Let me reiterate that this virtual informal meeting is in addition to other engagement, not replacing them. The intent is indeed to have more meaningful engagement and not a restriction. I would also like to recall what was discussed earlier, that Dr. Tedros has established a regular dialogue with civil society about every 6 weeks. We are planning roughly 10 such dialogues for this year, where he's interacting with 200 to 400 CSO representatives. We will now start planning for that informal meeting in more details, elaborate a detailed proposal for modalities, which will take into account the guidance the board has just provided to us. We note Australia's request to reconsider the number of sessions of this meeting and their timing. We'll look into that modalities. China is also asking for more details on the exact modalities and the reporting back. Modalities will be provided. For the reporting back, it will probably be only a verbal report because the time will not allow between 2-3 weeks before the Health Assembly to produce a formal document for the Health Assembly, but we will look for a way to address that point. Broadly speaking, the invitation will be for all non-state actors in official relations and all member states. The reason for proposing sessions without member states would be to provide non-state actors with a platform to exchange amongst each other and the Secretariat, and also to prepare for constituency statements and not to overload the member states' agenda. To clarify on Germany's point, we do not propose 2 separate meetings. We propose one series, but not to involve member states for your workload in the entire series. We had been initially proposing 6 meetings. We might end up with 4 sessions. We'll have to discuss internally following your guidance. For this trial, we propose that it's the Secretariat, in consultation with non-state actors and member states, to set the agenda, simply that we do not have an existing mechanism that we could ask non-state actors to set the agenda. Therefore, we will come forward with proposals, but we will look into consulting. We also note the proposal from Austria for a web-based request for feedback, and we will pick that up to then prepare the feedback on the trial, which will be reported to the EB at its 150th session. Thank you.
Thank you very much to Gaudens Silberschmidt. And then on the World Health Day, I'm happy to give the floor to Naoko Yamamoto, ADG. Naoko, over to you.
Thank you, DDG. Regarding the World Health Days, we have noted that you ask and support the Secretariat to set up the intersessional session between the EB and the World WHO in May to discuss the criteria that you wish to put forward. We will organize this meeting and the subsequent process from the Secretariat side. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much. And then on the final item, I would like to pick up in connection with the agenda management. There was quite a lot of discussion around the omnibus resolution and the omnibus reports. And what I would like to highlight is that the big shift in the SDGs and also in the GPW 13 is the integrated approach, the integrated way of working. And this is what transpires also the whole transformation agenda in WHO, both internally and also in our work externally with our member states and partners. And in the governing bodies, we have been moving towards this direction as well, the grouping of the agenda around the billions. and also by bringing diverse agenda items together in omnibus reports and omnibus discussions during the resumed session of the World Health Assembly in November. It worked extremely well, and not only did we save time and became more effective and efficient, but it also served the outcome of the work and the discussions very well. It was an excellent and positive experience to bring the topics together that belong together. And I can see at least 3 advantages out of this process. One of them is that it saves us time and we are more effective and efficient. But more importantly than that, we can also focus more on the impact and on the results aligned with the GPW3 main strategic targets and the triple billions. As you very well know, accountability is a key element in the transformation process, and therefore we regularly measure the progress in our commitments. We do delivery stocktakes of the billions using the result and impact framework that you adopted during the resumed session of the World Health Assembly. So by moving towards omnibus discussions and omnibus resolutions would also help us to do this and also to identify areas where we have to scale up our activities and move further to achieve the targets in a more integrated way. And finally, the third issue is that it would also help us to address the commonalities of the public health areas that have to be addressed together rather than in a vertical manner. So there is a very strong justification from this integrated approach to move towards omnibus discussions and resolutions, but we have to do a good grouping. We have to group those topics together that belong together, and we have to do some thinking on this together with the member states, and this will help us also to focus on the results, on the outcomes, on impact as a starting point into the governing bodies discussions. Thank you very much, and I think this brings us back to GBS, and I'm happy to give the floor back to GBS to take up issues further. Over to you, Gina.
Thank you so much, Deputy Director General. It is now my pleasure to hand the floor back to you, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Thank you. As I see no more comments, I take it that the board is ready to note the reports contained in documents EB 148/33, EB 148/34, and EB 148/35. I see no objections. The reports are noted. Let us now consider the draft decisions one by one. Is the board ready to adopt the draft decision contained in document EB 148/33 on establishing end dates for resolutions and decisions with unspecified reporting requirements? I see no objection. The decision is therefore adopted. Is the board ready to adopt the draft decision on World Neglected Tropical Diseases Day contained in document EB 148 conference/7? I see no objection. The decision is therefore adopted. Thank you. This concludes our consideration of item 19.2. We shall now consider sub-item 19.4, process for the election of the Director General of the World Health Organization. The note by the Legal Counsel on this subject is contained in document EB 148/38. The board is invited to note this report and to provide guidance on the proposed arrangements for conducting the interviews at the first candidates forum set out in Annexure 2 to this report. The board is further invited to provide guidance on the modalities of the second candidates forum, including the options presented in paragraph 18 of this report, such that based on the board's guidance, The Secretariat will present proposed detailed arrangements for the second candidates forum to the board at its 150th session in January 2022. Finally, the board is further invited to consider a draft decision contained in paragraph 26 of document EB 148/38. The draft decision reflects the proposals regarding candidates' interventions before the Health Assembly prior to the vote for appointment, the request to conduct a study on machines for counting votes, and the provision of travel support to candidates participating in the candidates' forums. The financial and administrative implications of this draft decision, should it be adopted, are contained in document EB 148/38 Add 1. The floor is now open for discussion. I would like to request that the Secretariat moderate the discussion on the virtual platform. Secretariat, you have the floor, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Maybe just to give a little bit more time for member states to raise their hands.
It is now 10 minutes to 20 minutes to one thing, but ये agenda include revised.
Mr. Chair, I would like to recognize the delegation of Indonesia. Indonesia, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. Indonesia would like to thank the Secretariat for having prepared the document for this agenda item. We take note that the current process of the election of the Director General of WHO is the result of adjustments made by the Executive Board and the World Health Organization since 2012. We recognize that their adjustments have been made to ensure fair and transparent elections for the benefit of both member states as well as the candidates for office. In this regard, we would like to comment on several elements of the current proposed arrangements. We welcome the decision to put on leave internal candidates who are not elected officials to ensure a clear separation between their campaign activities and their service for WHO. In this spirit, we also welcome that regional committees' official programs are not expected to include campaigning activities. In turn, we welcome the candidates' forums as the space to make the candidates and their vision known to member states on an equal basis. We take note that the first candidates' forum will be held by mid-November 2021 and welcome the arrangements for the first candidates' forum as detailed in Annex 2. As to the possible format of the second candidates' forum, Indonesia supports option 3, which allows member states and associate states to submit written questions in advance to be drawn by lot and posed to the candidates, followed by interactive discussion. We believe this option will best display the candidates' potentials and their depth of insight while being responsive to the issues of the interest of the member states. As to the matter of the possible use of optical scanners to tally the vote, we look forward to receiving the detailed study on the cost-benefit analysis and technical evaluation of the scanners to be presented at the 74th World Health Assembly. To conclude, Indonesia supports the draft decision under this agenda item. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Indonesia. Now I'd like to give the floor to the delegation of Singapore. Singapore, you have the floor.
For the process will start as early as April this year, once the circular letter inviting proposals for member states' nominations go out. While we remain hopeful that the global and regional COVID-19 situation will improve in 2021, it is unlikely that we will be able to have in-person meetings, and it may not even be feasible, particularly for this year. We must therefore include, as part of the contingency planning, the option to do virtual meetings. This includes the possibility of prospective candidates attending regional committee sessions upon invitation, and first candidates forum for 2021. We look forward to leveraging the use of technology for these candidates fora, which would allow member states to better understand the candidates without the need for travel. Notwithstanding our earlier point, should physical meetings be possible, we are supportive of providing economy class airline tickets and a per diem for candidates participating in these forums. on these two forums. On this, we would like to clarify on whether this is the only financial support the Secretariat is expected to provide directly to the candidates. If not, what are the other instances? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Singapore. I now invite the delegation of Gabon to take the floor.
Je vous remercie, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Chair. Gabon has the honor of making this statement, speaking on behalf of the 47 member states of the WHO African region. We are addressing agenda item 19.4 at this, the 148th session of the Executive Board. The African region would like to commend the Secretariat for having made available the note by the Legal Counsel. This note clarifies a number of elements linked to the election process. In particular, it refers to the number of words to be included in a proposal, the status of internal candidates, electoral campaign activities, also support that the Secretariat might provide to designated candidates, as well as the possibility of addressing the WHA prior to appointment. All of these provisions that are listed reflect a wish to improve fairness among all candidates and to provide greater transparency when it comes to the election of the Director General for our organization. Looking at the status of internal candidates, special leave on 50% pay from the deadline for submission of candidacy up until nomination by the Executive Board would appear to be an appropriate way of proceeding. This would allow us to draw a distinction between electoral campaign activities as well as regular professional work done within the organization. Further, this is something that was reflected in the document, and it was indicated clearly that the purpose of this is to ensure greater fairness and transparency in the whole process. In addition, participation in the fora, in accordance with Decision WHA 7327, does indeed provide justification for travel expenses to be covered by the Secretariat in order to guarantee that all candidates enjoy the same level of support. We therefore would say that this practice, which was inaugurated during our last election, the practice of providing financial support for travel, participating in fora, should be looked at and considered by the World Health Assembly. In conclusion, then, the African region notes this paper, the note by the Legal Counsel, and we would ask the Secretariat to undertake a study into optical scanners in order to submit a report to the 74th WHA. And we also wish to recommend that candidates designate be given the right to address the WHA prior to the vote. Thank you.
Merci Gabon.
Thank you, Gabon. I would now invite Canada to take the floor. Canada, you have the floor.
Thank you, moderator. Canada supports the paper as put forward by the Secretariat. We welcome efforts to refine and improve on lessons learned in the DG election process, and as always, stand prepared to engage in this process. With regard to the question on the optical scanners to count paper ballots, Canada would support a study including cost-benefit analysis and practices in the UN system. Once the results of this study have been shared, member states can reflect on whether it is in the organization's interest to use such a tool. Finally, we would like to thank Ghana for chairing the intersessional consultations on this important process. Mr. Chair, Allow me to add one last point. Canada welcomes the efficient use of time during today's Executive Board session, building on discussions and directly referring to the recommendations of the Program, Budget, and Administration Committee. We appreciate this practice and support PBAC recommendations being fully utilized during future sessions of the Executive Board. Thank you.
Thank you, Canada. Mr. Chair, there are no further requests for the floor.
Thank you. If there are no more requests for the floor, I shall ask the Secretariat to respond to the questions raised.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Before giving the floor to the Secretariat, we would like to go to France, who has requested the floor. France, you have the floor.
Oui, merci. Et donc la France soutient les projets de décision qui sont proposés.
France supports the draft decisions.
Sous ce point. S'agissant de l'utilisation d'un lecteur optique pour décompter les voix,
the use of an optical scanner to count votes, if there is consensus as to the need for a study into this, then that's something that we know. However, as we see it, there does not appear to be sufficient interest in that proposal, particularly from the cost point of view, as well as from the point of view of the additional risk involved to take this forward. We believe it would be preferable to continue to count the votes by tellers in accordance with past practice. We have seen cost estimates for this decision on the EB website this morning. And we've also seen the cost estimates for support to candidates to participate in the forum. We would like to have some detail as to the budgetary impact of that kind of support.
Enfin, permettez-moi de faire quelques remarques sur le processus d'audition des candidats.
For the process for listening to candidates, especially the idea of inviting them to a round table, we would expect the Secretary to put forward proposals as to exactly how this would work, and we would like to know when those proposals will be put to Member States. Thank you.
Thank you, France. Mr. Chair, with your permission, we would now go to the responses from the Secretariat, and I would like to invite Mr. Derek Walton, the legal advisor, to take the floor.
Thank you very much for that, and thank you very much to everyone for these helpful comments and feedback. It is always very helpful to get the views of our member states on these issues in good time. So I thank you very much for the feedback that we've had. In particular, we asked for guidance on the modalities for the two candidates forums. It's already decided that the first candidate forum, the overall format that it will take, but the modalities, the specific modalities do need to be decided. They will be decided not at this meeting, but in May. And so we circulated the proposed modalities from last time for your comment, and I thank you for the feedback that we've had on that. In answer to France's question, for the second candidates forum, where we don't have a precedent and where it was decided that there would be a more interactive format, the idea was to get your initial feedback at this meeting with a view to us being in a position to make firm proposals for the EB in January next year, which is the Executive Board meeting, which will decide upon the modalities for the second candidates forum. So to answer France's question, you will have concrete proposals for that meeting. We wanted to for that meeting in January, but as I said, we wanted to get your initial feedback so that we know which direction to go in with those proposals. In respect of questions which were asked, let me address them as best that I can. First of all, Singapore raised the very pertinent question about what happens if we have a similar situation to now where we have to hold our meetings virtually, both for the regional committee meetings and indeed for the candidates forums and maybe beyond. These are issues which we are considering, and along with the arrangements for governing bodies meetings which would need to be considered, we would need to consider the implications for the election activities that would need to take place. We don't have a firm proposal to make at this stage because, of course, it will depend on the situation at the time. But please do rest assured that the unit that is dealing with election issues is considering contingency plans for virtual meetings too. Singapore also asked whether there were other financial assistance to be provided to the candidates other than the financial assistance which is being proposed to enable them to attend the two candidates forums, and the answer is yes. As part of the governing bodies meetings where interviews formally take place, there would be similar financial assistance for them to attend both the interviews in the executive board and the interviews at the health assembly. And then there was a question about the financial implications of the decision, which you're being asked to take, were set out in the document circulated this morning. They cover two elements. One is the additional cost of the financial assistance to the candidates to attend the two candidates forums, and the other is the cost of the optical scanner study that our colleagues in the IMT are undertaking. I don't have any further information to give you on the financial aspects of that other than what is contained in the document. With that, I hope that I have covered all questions asked, and thank you very much for your interest in this issue.
Thank you, Mr. Derek. France, I see your hand is going up again. Are you requesting for the floor again?
Yes, I am. I think this is the moment to provide our comments on the modalities of the second forum, is it not? If it is, then we do have a few comments we need to make. Thank you. Is the right moment?
Yes, thank you, France. I would like to invite Mr. Derek to reply, to make his comment. Over to you, Mr. Derek.
Thank you. If I understood correctly, the delegation of France is asking whether now is the time to give views on the modalities for a second forum. The answer to that is yes. It would be very helpful to have your feedback on how you envisage the second forum might be conducted so that we can be in a position to produce proposals which align with your expectations. So please.
Thank you. With that, we will go to France to be followed by Uruguay. France, you have the floor.
Thank you very much. On the modalities for organizing the second candidates forum, then, first of all, we support having an external moderator. Secondly, we would prefer a separate hearings of candidates during the interactive roundtable of the second round. Last but not least, we prefer options 1 and 3, that is sessions of questions and answers rather than option 2, which prefers just for one single open discussion. We particularly support the following proposals. 1, the submission of questions in writing to the candidates before the forum with the possibility of regional coordination. And secondly, the selection of questions at random. Thirdly, a limited time for each of the candidates. Thank you.
Thank you, France. Mr. Chair, we are coming back to you as Uruguay lowered their hand. Over to you.
Thank you. I would now like to give the floor to the Vice Chair, who is present in the Executive Board room, to manage this portion of the discussion on my behalf. Mr. Kumal, you have the floor, please.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, it's a pleasure to trying to sum up and conclude this agenda item.
I think it's quite clear that there is a strong support for the draft decision. Everybody has echoed that. I think there have been some delegations obviously highlighting explicitly the various different options with regards to the two candidate forums. It's very clear that many delegations mentioned the study on the voting machines. There was this question with regards to the finances. However, looking at the amendment regarding the financial implications, it quite clearly states that $0.02 million would be necessary in order to implement the draft decision. So, at least from my understanding, this would even include the study. That's my understanding, and legal is nodding. And that funding is already included in the current program budget. So there's nothing to be added. The finances seem to be there already. At least this is how I read the financial implications. So there is a strong support to request the Secretariat to conduct that study. With regards to the question where the Secretariat was seeking our specific guidance, namely on the second candidates forum, the three different options. There were two delegations highlighting and explicitly referring to this. Indonesia was having a clear preference for option 3. And I think that was practically the only EB member focusing on the different options. France also mentioned option 3 and also option 1. So with that, I would say that we have to conclude. I think it's clear that that being said, option 3 seems to be the one that receives the most support. Okay, so I would like to conclude here and would like to ask the EB whether it's ready to adopt the draft decision contained in document EB 148/38. And since the moderator clearly signals that nobody raises their flag, it is so decided. Thank you, and I'll give over again to you, Honorable Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Kumal. This concludes our consideration of sub-item 19.4. Excellencies, distinguished delegates, it is now around 12:30 p.m. Central European Time, and we shall take the scheduled break now. I thank all the distinguished participants for the very good progress we have made today. While thanking you for the positive support, I would like to propose consideration of additional agenda items in today's program of work, that is agenda items 10, 11, 12, 13 and 14.4. Are we in agreement with this proposal? I see no objection. It is so decided. I understand that Japan has asked for the floor, so I hand it back to the Secretariat to...
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Japan, can you confirm if you're still requesting for the floor, because I see that you lowered your hand? Mr. Chair, there are no further requests for the floor.
Okay, thank you. So I see no objection. It is so decided. The agenda items 10, 11, 12, 13, 14.4 will be taken up as part of the revised program of work when we resume. We will reconvene at 2 p.m. Central European Time to resume our discussions. Welcome back after the break. Before we begin our proceedings, I would like to hand over to the Secretariat to make an announcement.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency, Dr. Harsh Vardhan of India, Chair of the of the Executive Board. Thank you for handing me the floor. I just wanted to provide member states an update on the program of work for this afternoon, as was agreed prior to the 1 hour break. To recall that this afternoon, or now, when I hand the floor back to the chair, we will open with agenda item 10, substandard and falsified medical products, and item 11, standardization of medical devices and nomenclature. This will be followed by item 12, immunization agenda 2030. Item 13, integrated people-centered eye care, including preventable vision impairment and blindness. And item 14.4, public health implications of implementation of the Nagoya Protocol. And the revised program of work is now available on the governing body's website. Also like to alert distinguished delegates that the conference paper that was discussed earlier today on sustainable financing, EB 148 Conf 12, is also available on the governing body's website in all 6 official languages. With that, Mr. Chair, thank you very much. I hand the floor back to you.
Thank you. We shall now consider together item 10, substandard and falsified medical products, and item 11, standardization of medical devices nomenclature. The relevant reports are EB 148/12, which transmits to the Executive Board the reports of the 8th and 9th meetings of the Member State Mechanism on Substandard and Falsified Medical Products, and EB 148/13 on standardization of medical devices nomenclature. The floor is now open for discussion. I would like to request that the Secretariat moderate the discussion on the virtual platform. Secretariat, you have the floor.
Thank you, Honourable Chair, and we shall begin with Member States represented in the Executive Board. We'll begin with Austria, to be followed by Russian Federation. Distinguished delegate from Austria, you now have the floor.
Chair, I speak on behalf of the EU and its member states. The EU and its member states thank the Director General for his report and welcome the continuation of this work by the WHO. I thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you. Next, we'll have the Russian Federation, to be followed by Australia. Distinguished delegate from the Russian Federation, you now have the floor.
Distinguished Chairperson, the Russian Federation notes the traditionally high level of methodological documents that have been prepared by the Secretariat on the substandard and falsified medical products. We express our appreciation to the member states of the WHO for valuing the work and the support of the activities of the mechanism at the international level. We would underscore the importance of expanding accessibility to the publication of the mechanism throughout the internet and ensuring sustainable development of exchange of information in this important area and strengthening multilateral coordinated actions from the member states of the WHO in order to fight this type of product and information through the mass media. We also note the development of a procedural document which allows delegates from member states to better understand and better use the collaboration under the mechanism. In addition, we value the extension by 1 year of the guiding committee, which has allowed us to extend the authority of the committee without interfering in its plan of work. With regard to the standardization and the nomenclature, we would note that we appreciate the report of the Director General. We support
the idea for the new nomenclature. However, we would like to express our doubt with regard to the harmonization with the European nomenclatures, because its development in the current time has not yet been completed. We would like to propose that we use the global nomenclature, which is available to everyone and which is broadly used at an international level. I thank you very much for your kind attention.
Thank you. Next, we'll have Australia to be followed by India. Distinguished delegate from Australia, you now have the floor.
Thank you. We will intervene on item 7. Australia thanks the Secretariat for the update on an international classification, coding and nomenclature for medical devices. Australia supports the use of comprehensive and global nomenclature to enable better classification, traceability and identification of medical devices to enhance patient safety. Australia notes the work of the Secretariat on this important issue, but does not support the establishment of another medical device nomenclature. Our understanding is that the global medical device nomenclature meets all of the WHO's list of requirements for governance, classification, and access to information. It is free and is currently used in more than 144 countries. The dataset has more than 24,000 terms and is translated into 20 languages, including 5 UN official languages. If the international classification, coding, and nomenclature for medical devices proposed by the WHO is not harmonised with the global medical device nomenclature, this will create further inconsistency in the identification of medical devices, which counters the goal of global harmonisation. There has been limited transparency of the comparative analysis and insufficient engagement with regulators and the medical device industry, which limits the WHO's understanding of the impact of another new nomenclature. Australia notes the proposal to establish an international classification, coding, and nomenclature of medical devices, which draws from the European medical devices nomenclature currently being established. Australia is concerned global nomenclature standardisation and harmonisation will be challenging for those required to adopt the new nomenclature when a large number of jurisdictions with established nomenclature continue using the established systems. Australia encourages the Secretariat to consider the risks of inadvertently causing further complexity, confusion, and cost for purchasers and patients who need medical devices, and to continue conversations with Member States on the way forward. I thank you, Chair.
Thank you. And next we will have India to be followed by Kenya. Distinguished delegate from India, you now have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. India recognizes the significance of substandard and falsified medical products as an important agenda for action. India supports the member state mechanism for control of substandard or unauthorized and unregulated drugs and appreciates the assistance for the same by other member nations in developing global approaches to the prevention, detection, and response to substandard and falsified medical products. India welcomes the achievement of the MSM and acknowledges its work in preparing the definition of SF medical product, developing focal point network of regulator, preparing guidance and training documents, developing track and trace models for existing technologies, formulating documents for tackling the issue of distribution through internet and dissemination of these documents to various international forums. While we do recognize all the work, India has been against any misuse of this mechanism which acts as a barrier to international movement or availability of authorized, quality, efficacious, and affordable generic drug due to wrong interpretation or definition of SF beyond the purview of national regulation. We have also been against use of the term counterfeit in definition of medicine, which are related more with trade and intellectual property right and can be misused as a roadblock in export of quality and affordable medical product of India and further create accessibility issues for needy countries. India also expects MSM to ensure the availability of affordable and quality generic medical products and trusts it to not create any document or system which can act as a hindrance. Presence of vested interests may create roadblocks for manufacturing, marketing, and export of quality generic medicine from India, and we have to remain constantly on guard and keep engaging with similar mechanisms to protect our position. Chair, India has been an active member in MSM and is the chair representing Zero region. We will continue to engage and support the work of member state mechanism to prevent the menace of SF medical product while ensuring access to quality, efficacious and affordable medical product from public health perspective. Thank you.
Thank you. And next we will have Kenya to be followed by the United Kingdom. Distinguished delegate from Kenya, you now have the floor.
Thank you. Kenya is making this statement on behalf of the 47 member states of the WHO African region. The African region acknowledges the progress made by the WHO member state mechanism on substandard and falsified medical products since its establishment in 2012 in protecting public health and promotion of access to affordable, safe, efficacious, and quality medical products. Most countries in the WHO African region are participating in the global surveillance and monitoring systems for substandard and falsified medical products using a network of national medicines regulatory authority focal points. The most common reports of substandard and falsified medical products within the region are received for antimalarials, anti-infective medicine, and products for the nervous system. This issue has also received the highest level of political attention with a summit of heads of state on the threat of substandard and falsified medical products in Africa taking place in Togo in January 2020. With the coming into force of the African Continental Free Trade Area and the signing of the treaty for the establishment of the African Medicines Agency, the overall regulatory capacity in Africa to curtail the circulation of substandard and falsified medical products on the continent is bound to improve significantly. The region also notes the list of prioritized activities and budgets for 2020-2021 contained in the mechanism's work plan as agreed on 25th October 2019 during the 8th meeting of the mechanism and calls for adequate financing and support for its implementation. We support the creation of a dedicated working group to coordinate input and strategic impact of the member state mechanism in regional, cross-regional, and global forums in order to elevate the profile of the mechanism. Regarding the standardization of the nomenclature of medical devices, the African region recognizes the importance and urgent need for establishing an international classification, coding, and nomenclature of a system of medical devices. In this regard, we take note of WHO's preference for the adoption of the National Classification of Devices, which was adopted by the European Commission as the standard nomenclature system, since it complies with the WHO principles for international classification, coding, and nomenclature. In conclusion, we strongly recommend that before any further work is undertaken in this area, WHO convene a forum for national regulatory authorities responsible for medical devices in order to update them on the assessment of the available systems and seek their concurrence on the preferred nomenclature system. We urge that the relevant department actively engage member states in the finalization of the standardization of medical devices nomenclature. I thank you.
Thank you. And next we will have the United Kingdom to be followed by Israel. Distinguished delegate from the United Kingdom, you now have the floor.
Thank you to the Secretariat for your papers on this agenda item, including the helpful update on substandard and falsified medicine, a topic of keen interest to the UK and one of which we are highly supportive of WHO's work on. Our intervention will focus on the second topic being considered, standardisation of medical devices nomenclature. The medical device market is broad, complex and rapidly changing. In general, medical devices come to market much more rapidly than pharmaceuticals and are significantly more varied, including ranging from imaging systems that fill a room through to increasingly software apps on a smartphone. The needs of regulators, healthcare professionals, patients and other stakeholders are very different and not always well understood. And this is why we have previously asked WHO to work closely with the International Medical Devices Regulators Forum, the IMDRF, on the technical requirements for medical device nomenclature and how these might be met. The paper notes, for example, that this was raised during the board's discussion on this topic at its 145th session, where we member states asked WHO to work with the IMDRF in order to develop a harmonised approach. We would welcome confirmation that this important engagement is ongoing. The paper also states that a number of nomenclature systems are not consistent with the principles WHO identified, but the paper does not make clear what the shortcomings identified were. Is the Secretariat able to provide more information on what led to these findings? Greater transparency around this would help member states to understand, for example, how easy those issues are to resolve and to balance them against the issues that member states have already raised on alternatives. And as other member states have said, we would welcome the opportunity to have further engagement with WHO on this important issue. Thank you.
Thank you. And next we will have Israel to be followed by the United States of America. Distinguished delegate from Israel, you now have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. We would like to thank the Secretariat for the preparatory report for this meeting. We commend the Secretariat for the detailed nature of both annexes on the 8th, on the 9th, and on the 9th meeting of the Member State mechanism on the substandards and falsified medical products. This is necessary for us to be able to follow the work of the Member State mechanism on substandard and falsified medical products. At the outset, let me stress that Israel supports the work of the mechanism and sees great value in its work. To enhance this even further, we encourage member states to take an active part in the work of the mechanism. We stand ready to support the Secretariat in their work, and in particular on pharmacy school curriculum courses on substandard and falsified medical products. The Israeli Ministry of Health, in collaboration with the Ben Gurion University of the Negev, has recently launched the first course on this topic for pharmacy students, and we are eager to share from our experience. We would also be very interested in hearing more on the work of the working group on the distribution of supply of substandard and falsified medical products via the internet. In particular, we would be interested in understanding how member states would be able to best contribute to its work. Finally, we would welcome a procedural document to assist member states in better understanding and navigating the intergovernmental process in line with Part 24 of the report before us. I thank you for your attention.
Thank you. Next, we'll have the United States of America to be followed by Colombia. Distinguished delegate from the United States of America, you now have the floor.
Thank you, moderator. I'll be speaking on both topics. On SF medicines, the United States thanks the WHO for its coordination of global efforts to prevent, detect, and respond to substandard and falsified medical products, including managing and upgrading the WHO global monitoring and surveillance system to increase its utility. The United States recommends that the mechanism prioritize activities to address SF medical products distributed through informal markets. We also encourage WHO to enhance coordination with other bodies conducting complementary work on the supply chain for medical products, such as the Asia-Pacific Economic Cooperation Forum. Given the delays caused by the pandemic, the United States recommends that the Secretariat seek alternative methods, such as virtual trainings for making progress on the pilot risk-based post-market surveillance program in Tanzania. We remain strongly supportive of the mechanism, and we encourage all member states to engage with the Secretariat to support the mechanism and use its products, guidance, and tools. Turning to the standardization of medical devices nomenclature, we would like to associate ourselves with a number of the previous board speakers on these issues. We appreciate the additional analysis in the report on standardization of nomenclature for medical devices. However, we continue to have concerns about WHO's efforts to host and make available an existing nomenclature system, as well as the proposal to potentially adopt the European medical device nomenclature once finalized by the EU. We regret that the Secretariat did not hold a mission briefing on this complex topic in late 2020. In our view, WHO's decision to propose adoption of the EMDN lacked full involvement of appropriate stakeholders, including medical device manufacturers and especially regulatory authorities, as the Africa Group stated. This proposal could lead to greater complexities, cost, and confusion in the medical technology and healthcare sectors. We remain concerned that the EMDM is not harmonized with the global medical device nomenclature system, which is now free of charge and already utilized by 70 national medical device regulators. We would appreciate more information about the Secretariat's conclusion that GMDN has not met WHO's principles for an international classification system, and details on the specific principle that states access to information should be considered a global public good. If WHO moves forward, it will be critical to ensure that the chosen system is ultimately harmonized and interoperable with the GMDN and other relevant systems. Lack of harmonization could introduce more inconsistencies in the identification of medical devices and hinder patient access and availability to safe, effective, and high-quality medical devices. The United States urges WHO to continue to cooperate with the International Medical Device Regulators Forum to develop a harmonized approach. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next, we will have Colombia to be followed by the Republic of Korea. Distinguished delegate from Colombia, you now have the floor.
Thank you, moderator. We wish to thank the Director General for the report on the standardization of medical devices nomenclature, which provides details of the Secretariat's response, which includes further analysis of existing nomenclature systems and the proposal for WHO to have an international nomenclature system that will be available for use by member states. We wish to thank the organization for its efforts in advancing and supporting member states in the creation of a medical devices nomenclature. My country is making great strides forward in this area, and we hope to have a system up and running shortly. And it will be important to count on the continued support of the WHO in this initiative. For the process of creating a nomenclature in Colombia, we are reviewing the recommendations and contributions of the WHO and looking at an analysis of existing progress in global nomenclature systems. We believe that it's very important to have the support of WHO in coming up with a report on experiences and successful examples in this area, particularly for countries like Colombia, who are currently in the process of implementing a database. It's important for us to have swift and free information on existing international best practices in this area. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we'll have the Republic of Korea to be followed by Oman. Distinguished delegate from the Republic of Korea, you now have the floor.
Can you hear me? Okay, thank you, Chair. Can you hear me now?
Yes, please go ahead.
Okay. Thank you, Chair. Korea appreciates the prioritized activities by member state mechanism and welcomes its timely response to the COVID-19 pandemic. Increased demand in medical products and supply chain disruption due to COVID-19 caused a sudden increase of substandard and falsified medical products, in short SF medical products. Coupled with rapid growth of e-commerce, they become more grave threat than ever to global public health. Korea is a country with more than 99% of households having internet access, which makes its people more easily exposed to SF medical products. In response, various measures have been taken, performing inspection on all domestic drug manufacturers every 3 years using a risk-based approach, taking the distribution of falsified medical products by assigning a serial number to each minimum unit of prescription drug. In addition, sharing information between the regulatory authority and customs service create synergy in preventing the inflow of SF medical products. In an increasingly globalized world, however, one country's effort is far from enough to deal with this global health threat. Korea will continue working together with the fellow member states and sharing its own experiences and learning from others, and reiterate its support for WHO global surveillance and monitoring system and member state mechanism. Regarding standardization of medical devices nomenclature, Korea acknowledges the Secretariat's effort and work as presented in the report. Once WHO completes the standardized nomenclature, which is to be internationally available, the system would be very beneficial for countries where the solid system has not prevailed. Korea, as a chair of 2021 of International Medical Devices Regulators Forum, which is called IMDRF, has a keen interest in this issue. Accordingly, Korea hopes WHO keep us updated on its progress, including a transition period, and share detailed information on WHO's plan for managing and supporting the international classification, coding, and nomenclature for medical devices. I thank you.
Thank you. Next, we will have Oman to be followed by Indonesia. Distinguished delegate from Oman, you now have the floor.
Thank you. Esteemed Chair, members of the Executive Board, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of the member states of the Eastern Mediterranean region, we express our gratitude to the Secretariat for the report of the Director General on the 8th and 9th meetings of the member state mechanism and substandard and falsified medical products. The concerns related to substandard and falsified medical products pose a significant threat to public health in both developing and developed countries. The COVID-19 pandemic has further contributed to the proliferation of substandard and falsified medicines, including therapeutics and diagnostics. Therefore, adequate control over the supply chain of medicines in the Eastern Mediterranean countries is needed. Moreover, stringent measures need to be in place to mitigate risk of falsified COVID-19 vaccines as vaccination programs are gradually rolled out. These measures need to be complemented by relevant public communication to maintain public trust and encourage access to vaccination throughout regulated channels. In October last year, our regional committee, during its 67th session, endorsed a regional strategy to improve access to medicines and vaccines for 2020 to 2030, aiming to ensure access to quality essential medicines and vaccines. The strategy proposed a set of priority actions for member states, WHO, and development partners, which include strengthening national regulatory authorities, establishing partnerships, and improving collaborations to combat standard and falsified products. We take this opportunity to reiterate our commitment to the member state mechanism on substandard and falsified medical products and future related activities. Moreover, we will grant due consideration to the supply and use of generic medical products, which have the potential to support the prevention and control of substandard and falsified medical products. We would like to solicit continued support from the WHO to facilitate exchange of experiences regarding substandard and falsified medical products, provide technical support for identifying gaps in national legislation and regulatory structures, build capacity on prevention, detection, and response to substandard and falsified medical products, and to strengthen coordination between the mechanism and member states. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Distinguished delegate from Indonesia, you now have the floor.
Indonesia would like to thank the Secretariat for developing the background document under this agenda item. In this regard, Indonesia will deliver intervention for both agenda item number 10 and 11 respectively. On the agenda item 10, Indonesia as a member of the steering committee of the member state mechanisms MSM of substandard falsified medical devices, medical product fully supports the scope of activities of the MSM, which focuses on the capacity improvement of controlling SFMP and sharing related information between countries. It would be useful for developing a better policy and strategy for each member state. Indonesia values the importance of the quality reporting method to detect the SFMP. Therefore, Indonesia, with support of the WHO Secretariat, has piloted a mobile application in 2018 to report the SFMP among health workers. The result of this pilot project will be published by WHO, of whom Indonesia would like to deliver its sincere appreciation and will support this endeavor as the co-author of the publication. Indonesia supports the MSM endeavors to address the distribution or supply of SFMP on the internet. Moreover, Indonesia also supports the plan to include medical devices, including in vitro diagnostics, as one of the SFMP issues of concern. Recognizing the concrete benefits of the mechanism since its establishment, Indonesia calls for more participation from the member states in this mechanism to improve the global efforts in response to SFMP in ensuring better quality healthcare. On the agenda item 11, Indonesia applies a medical device nomenclature system in the form of license number arranged in a standard, systematic, and traceable manner. Its license number consists of the code of medical device risk classification, categories and subcategories of the medical devices, and number, which is automatically generated by the system. The medical device nomenclature system in Indonesia has been implemented and integrated with the procurement system through the online catalog of medical devices and the reporting system for medical devices in healthcare facilities. We recognize the importance of global harmonization and standardization of medical device nomenclature system. However, we also acknowledge that there are obstacles to realize this due to diverse systems among countries. Therefore, we support the global standardization of medical devices nomenclature system that is based on scientific findings and international standard. In addition, the global standardization must consider the diverse regulatory system and manufacturing conditions in all member states so that it can be applicable globally. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. And next we will have Germany. Distinguished delegate from Germany, you now have the floor.
Chair, and I will be speaking on agenda item 11, standardization of medical devices nomenclature. I will highlight 8 key points and principles that are essential for us in this regard. First, a global system of medical devices nomenclature is a normative core function of WHO that cannot be outsourced to a private body outside WHO's and the regulatory's control. Second, any such system should be designed for and governed by regulators for regulators, rather than by private bodies dominated by industry for industry. Third, It should be stable and not change every day, as, for example, the existing private system does. Changes should be fully transparent and traceable. 4. Such a system should be freely available for use by all public health systems in the WHO member states. 5. It should be available not just for rich countries to use, it should serve all WHO member states. 6. It should also be recognized that small innovative companies in smaller or poorer countries cannot afford the big registration fees that the private system charges to register their devices in the system. 7. Such a system needs to be transparent and have good oversight by member states rather than by a private body. 8. Such a system needs to be multilingual. Having heard these principles, I think it's quite clear that we have clear preferences for the way that WHO has been dealing with this currently. We therefore strongly support WHO's continuing great work in this area without hindrance from other interests. Thank you very much.
Thank you, and we shall now proceed to member states not represented on the board. We'll begin with Brazil, to be followed by Thailand. Distinguished delegate from Brazil, you now have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. Brazil thanks the Secretariat for both reports on items 10 and 11. We will refer to them both in our statement. Brazil is a strong supporter of the member states' mechanisms on substandard and falsified medical products. We have the honor to be a member of its steering committee, where we lead the activity on the development and promotion of training material and guidance. Brazil encourages fellow member states and the WHO to continue supporting the initiatives promoted by the mechanism. At the same time, we should address the causes for the manufacturing and distribution of substandard and falsified medical products, especially high prices and shortages, mostly in health emergency settings. Mr. Chair, Brazil also recognizes the importance of the standardization of medical devices nomenclature to promote universal health coverage while improving management of health systems and procurement of medical products. We note, however, that efforts by the Secretariat on this matter could be overlapping with nomenclature systems that are well established. Brazil and many others use the Global Medical Device Nomenclature, GMDN, which was developed by the most important forum on regulatory international convergence, the International Medical Devices Regulators Forum, IMDRF. More than 100 countries have licensed this system, and the WHO is currently an observer to the aforementioned forum. Furthermore, the agency responsible for the GMDN has, since March 2019, offered free access to its codes to interested parties, thus facilitating its general use. In this light, Brazil sees no need for WHO to develop or endorse any alternative system for the standardization of medical devices nomenclature. Thank you.
Thank you, and next we will have Thailand, to be followed by Canada. Distinguished delegate from Thailand, you now have the floor.
Thank you, Chair, and I appreciate the leadership and dedication of member states on solving substandard and falsified medical products. We acknowledge the progression achieved, and we have some recommendations as follows. First, the effective surveillance and monitoring system with active collaboration of network will strengthen the prevention, detection, and response to SF medical products. We emphasize the appropriate investment throughout the pharmaceutical supply chain and encourage the evidence-based policy recommendation, which formulate on situation analysis, including ongoing report of such problem to the WHO Global Surveillance and Monitoring System. Second, during the COVID-19 pandemic, SF medical device is the potential hindrance to detect and protect infection of COVID-19. Thailand strongly supports the recommendation of member countries to establish the network of SF medical and medicine products. Share. To achieve the mentioned above, Thailand recognizes the importance of the international nomenclature for medical device and support the WHO leading role to establish such a system. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. And next we'll have Canada to be followed by Zambia. Distinguished delegate from Canada, you now have the floor.
Canada is pleased to deliver a statement on Agenda 11. Canada supports WHO's overarching objective towards the standardization of international medical devices classification and nomenclature. However, Canada is concerned that the WHO's establishment of the International Classification, Coding, and Nomenclature risks of incidentally creating complexities, raising costs, and causing confusion in the medical device and healthcare sectors. Due to the creation of an additional and duplicative nomenclature system that is not well known by other regulators. We agree with the statements made by colleagues from the UK, Australia, and a number of others in this respect. Canada also has concerns with the limited transparency and involvement of regulators, medical device manufacturers, and industry stakeholders in the comparative analysis and the impacts of a new nomenclature, including any technical barriers to trade. Canada and other regulators raised these concerns during the International Medical Devices Regulators Forum meetings in 2019 and 2020. It is not clear whether these concerns have been taken into account. Canada would like to seek further clarification on the details of the analysis performed. In line with the principles set out by WHO, we would like to ask the WHO to further elaborate on the shortcomings in the other systems that led to this decision and how compatibility and interoperability challenges will be addressed. Canada recommends that WHO continue discussions with member states on this issue. Should this move forward, WHO needs to engage closely with the International Medical Devices Regulators Forum to minimize the impact of a duplicate nomenclature system. Thank you.
Thank you. And next we will have Zambia to be followed by Turkey. Distinguished delegate from Zambia, you now have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. Since we are speaking for the first time, we join other member states in welcoming the USA's new administration, renewed commitment to multilateralism. We'll limit our intervention to agenda item 10. We wish to commend Secretariat for the report. Way back in 2017, the WHO published a report in which it cited the incidence of substandard and falsified medical products being as high as 10% in developing countries. As already noted, this problem is likely to be more rampant in situations where access to affordable, quality, safe, and effective medical products is constrained, especially at the point of care, leaving patients to seek alternative sources, where the tools and technical capability to ensure good practices in manufacturing, quality control, and distribution are limited, and where sale of medicines via internet has limited or no control. Also, where there is weak technical capabilities within the regulatory system. And finally, where there is inadequacy of good laboratory and surveillance system. Now, due to the magnitude of the problem, no single country has enough resources and capability to global mechanism on substandard and falsified medical products. We also urge the Secretariat to work with relevant stakeholders at all levels, such as the Africa Medicines Agency, as well as individual national medicines regulatory agencies and support them in strengthening regulation of their respective markets. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. And next we will have Turkey to be followed by Spain. Distinguished delegate from Turkey, you now have the floor.
For the reports we are discussing today. I will speak on agenda item, the report on substandard and falsified medical products. Global cooperation is crucial to ensure timely international information sharing on substandard and falsified medicine and eventually protecting public health. Therefore, expanding and maintaining the global focal point network among national regulatory authorities is of great importance, as mentioned in the report. Considering that the network receives and disseminates vital information on medicine, it should be expanded and strengthened. We also believe that developing an online library to collect and share good practices on prevention strategies to understand and address the distribution line of supply of substandard and falsified medicine through online channels. In addition, the increasing global movement of medical devices due to COVID-19 pandemic has underlined the need for a member state mechanism for medical devices as well. We urge WHO to initiate a process to establish such a mechanism to ensure global access to safe, quality, and effective medicines. Thank you.
Thank you. Now we'll have Spain, distinguished delegate from Spain, you now have the floor.
Thank you, Chair, Director General, distinguished colleagues. Spain supports the statement delivered on behalf of the European Union, and we thank the Director General for the report on the Immunization Agenda 2030 as a mechanism to carry out a follow-up to national immunization strategies. In fact, Spain is proud to have immunization rates for vaccine-preventable diseases of over 90%. And with the arrival, the emergence of COVID-19, our health system has had to make a tremendous effort to try to keep pace with that immunization agenda. Thanks to the ACT Accelerator and the COVAX facility, of which Spain is an active member, we've managed to start immunization against SARS-CoV-2 through our integrated immunization campaign. We are focusing on priority groups, of course, and we've also tried to step up our efforts in primary healthcare, making the most of existing experiences relating to a seasonal flu, for example. Spain will be making available to the WHO and member states any information that we have and that's accessible on our Ministry of Health website, and we'll be updating that on a daily basis. Thank you.
Thank you. And next we'll have Dominican Republic to be followed by Austria. Distinguished delegate from Dominican Republic, you now have the floor.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much, Chairman. The Dominican Republic is delighted to speak at this 148th meeting of the Executive Board. We'd like to express our agreement with the report on the Immunization Agenda 2030. We reiterate our commitment to implementing the agenda and our support for strategic priority objective 2.1 on building, sustaining strong political commitment for immunization at all levels. We are working on a vaccine law providing a guarantee for preventing vaccine-preventable diseases throughout the life course. In our national response to the COVID-19 pandemic, we've designed an immunization plan to try to vaccinate 95% of our population between March and December of 2021. We participate in the COVAX mechanism, and we've strengthened national capacities to facilitate implementation of the plan and of equitable and fair access to this global public good. We'd like to take this opportunity to welcome the United States on rejoining the WHO, and we welcome the fact that they've expressed interest in joining the COVAX Facility and the ACT Accelerator for combating COVID-19. We welcome their commitment to working with the organization under the principles of multilateralism and solidarity. We believe that this will be very beneficial for global efforts to fight the pandemic. The Dominican Republic reiterated thanks to the WHO for its support in the global response to the COVID-19 pandemic. We'd like to express our solidarity with all peoples around the world who suffered from this scourge. We reiterate the commitment of our government to continue working together in this joint fight against COVID-19 so that we can all be safe. Thank you.
Thank you, and just a reminder to distinguished delegates of the member states that this is still in interventions related to agenda item 10 and 11. I'll now invite a distinguished delegate from Austria. You now have the floor.
Mr. Chair, allow me to once again touch upon item 11, standardization of medical devices nomenclature. I speak on behalf of the EU and its member states. Having listened to the debate, the EU and its member states would like to support the proposal made by the African group to hold a member state briefing on this topic and repeat that we welcome WHO's work in this matter and encourage WHO to continue its excellent work to make the planned medical device nomenclature as outlined in the DG's report available as soon as possible. I thank you very much.
Thank you, and that concludes the interventions from the member states, and we have 3 non-state actors who would like to make statements. The World Heart Federation, Medicus Mundi International, and International Federation for Medical and Biological Engineering. World Heart Federation, you now have the floor. In the absence of that, we'll move on. Medicus Mundi International, you now have the floor. Medicus Mundi International, we cannot hear you. Please unmute and start. We may come back to that. Next, we have International Federation for Medical and Biological Engineering. You now have the floor.
Hello, yes, can you hear me?
Yes, please go ahead.
The Chairperson, Director General, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, and also moderator, IFMB fully supports WHO's proposal to adopt the European medical device nomenclature once it will be finalized. And as the German colleague said, it is the only one that really at this moment corresponds to the criteria that we should put forward. As IFMB counts amongst its members, associations, biomedical and clinical engineers worldwide, greatly needing a freely usable and well-managed nomenclature as a cornerstone for sound management and maintenance of medical devices. We are available to join WHO in its efforts to finalize, deploy, and maintain the needed standardized medical device nomenclature by proposing the assistance of representative experts, among which several from European member societies. IFMB intends to actively participate in the nomenclature subgroup of the Medical Device Coordination Group. This should be done now. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, and we'll just try again. Medicus Mundi International, you have the floor. That concludes then the interventions from the member state and statements from non-state actors. Honorable Chair, I yield back the floor.
Thank you. If there are no more requests for the floor, I shall ask the Secretariat to respond to the questions raised. Secretariat, you have the floor, please.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Thank you very much, Member States, for your valuable guidance. Both issues are extremely important for global health. The proliferation of medical products is an urgent global health challenge as it harms patients, damages the trust in the health systems, wastes precious resources, and leads to antimicrobial resistance. I want to commend Member States for the tremendous achievements that are accomplished through the Member States mechanism and confirm WHO's strong commitment to continue to support Member States through this essential global platform. This is critical to mitigate waste and to prevent harm. On the nomenclature, WHO is equally committed to work with Member States to ensure that a harmonized international nomenclature is available. We will use your guidance fully on both issues in moving forward, and your guidance on the nomenclatures is particularly important for us. And as you suggested, the briefing for the Member States, which would help to move forward, is very welcome, and we will surely consider that. In order to avoid overlaps in our replies, I will hand over the floor to Mariangela Simão, Assistant Director General for Access to Medicines and Health Products, who will respond to individual issues. Over to you, Dr. Simão.
Thank you, Dr. Jaka. I'll start with the substandard and falsified mechanism, and it's always very heartening to listen to the very extensive support to the mechanism. And as we go through this pandemic right now, you know, the global database that we have established together with the mechanism has identified like 50 COVID products were recorded in the substandard and falsified. And includes vaccines, IVDs, and includes therapeutics. But these are all small operations, right? So this is really an alert for procurement agencies and for individuals that they need to be very wary of products that are being advertised through the internet. And we see an increased movement as well on the darknet. And I think this is something that the mechanism could help WHO to explore how we could address it. We very much welcome the USA encouragement to engage with the regional bodies, and also the call for greater engagement from member states, with Indonesia behind it and many of the other countries who supported the initiative. Finally, let me thank the member state mechanism participants, and especially the chair, Dr. Somani, for the excellent work that was done in the past year. Now moving to the more, once upon a time, many years ago, the substandard and falsified was a very hot topic in the EBs and the World Health Assembly. So it's really good to see that for the past years, we found a way forward on a very collaborative spirit. And I think this is the spirit that we're bringing to you, the discussion about the nomenclature. And as Dr. Jakob just referred to, we have over 7,000 different types of medical devices, right? That go from stethoscopes to X-ray and CT scans and so on. So it's a huge scope, right? And then we need to ensure that they are quality assured, that regulatory understand, the national regulatory authorities understand how this world works. We need to ensure that the procurement agencies at country level can follow the right policies and can know what actually is good to buy or not, right? What follows international agreements and so on. And let me say that the simple fact that the WHO brought to discussion the possibility of organizing a global nomenclature has created a movement globally, right? And The reality is that we heard some member states today speaking in favor of some nomenclatures, but the reality is that more than half of member states actually don't have a nomenclature in place for medical devices, or I think 20%, this is a 2017 survey, it's got a little bit better, but 22% use national nomenclatures, and we heard today, so some few countries who do that. So let me say I very much also welcome the support for more debate, but also for WHO taking a stronger lead on this, because what we had so far in the market were proprietary nomenclatures that fewer countries could actually pay the fees and so on. And several countries have mentioned the global medicines, medical devices nomenclature, and saying that there is, it's free of charge right now. Let us clarify some things here, because, and we will be able to do that also on a member state briefing on this specific issue of consultation, because we do have information of more flexibility on the proprietary approach, but it's not over. It's not free for all, and there's still fees attached to it. There are copyright issues. It does not comply with governance, the principles that were discussed a little bit, transparency, not possible to download. So there are several other, how do we say, it's not really shortcomings when we're talking about a global nomenclature that could be used everywhere. We had a very helpful suggestion from the African group and some other countries of WHO organizing a specific consultation on this topic, and we are very happy to take this forward. And we would use this occasion in some other member states like UK, USA, Canada, requested more information about the shortcomings of the different systems, right? We would be very happy to do that during this discussion. Let me clarify that WHO has met several times with the International Medical Device Regulatory Forum, has met with other regulatory bodies, the regional bodies, and we very much welcome the Republic of Korea representative, who's now the chair of IMDRF, to bring this discussion back to the IMDRF. That this is very useful, and we are happy to be able to talk again. But on the other hand, I think it's very important, and I'd like to thank Germany for outlining the principles for the establishment of a global nomenclature, and that WHO is bringing to you. And I think I said this last time we discussed, but you know that it's, I understand I wasn't at WHO at the time, but similar discussions occurred when it was time for WHO to decide on organizing an essential medicines list, for example. You know, and then we are where we are right now, right? We have more than 40 years experience with essential medicines list, and it has been a good public health good for the world. So let me say, no quick fixes, of course, for a very complex issue. We are all struggling with it. And I'm happy to reiterate that we will organize a member state consultation on this topic very soon. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Simao, and back to you, Chair.
Thank you. As I see no more comments, may I take it that the board is ready to note the reports contained in documents EB 148/12 and EB 148/13? I see no objection. The reports are noted. This concludes the board's consideration of item 10 and 11. We shall now consider item 12, Immunization Agenda 2030. The report by the Director General is contained in document EB 148/14. The board is invited to note the report and take note of the progress made in advancing the implementation of the Immunization Agenda 2030 and provide guidance on the proposed frameworks for ownership and accountability and monitoring and evaluation. The floor is now open for discussion. I would like to request that the Secretariat moderate the discussion on the virtual platform. Secretariat, you have the floor.
Thank you, Honorable Chair, and we'll start with member states represented in the board. We will have Austria to be followed by China. Distinguished delegate from Austria, you now have the floor.
Mr. Chair, Director General, Excellencies, I have the honor to speak on behalf of the European Union and its member states. The candidate countries, the Republic of North Macedonia, Montenegro, and Albania, the country of the Stabilization and Association Process, and potential candidate Bosnia and Herzegovina, as well as Ukraine, the Republic of Moldova, and Armenia align themselves with this statement. We thank the Secretariat for advancing the operational elements of Immunization Agenda 2030. Immunization as a cornerstone of primary health care is one of the most cost-effective measures for primary prevention of infectious diseases and must be maintained even through pandemics in order to save lives. Mr. Chair, Immunization Agenda 2030 will guide our work on immunization over the next decade. It should be country-focused and country-led, with appropriate support from global health actors. Immunization against COVID-19 will be central in ending this pandemic, and as such, we should consider if Immunization Agenda 2030 needs to be complemented to reflect this important element. Beyond COVID-19, we also encourage the Secretariat to make proposals on mechanisms to ensure equitable access to vaccines against pandemic pathogens, potentially building upon the existing PIP framework. Mr. Chair, we have seen remarkable scientific progress with vaccines against COVID-19 now in use 1 year after this virus was first identified. This unprecedented research and innovation is critical to vaccine take-up, but we have also seen disinformation and misinformation spread about vaccines. We encourage WHO to continue countering false information and to continue providing evidence-based, reliable information to member states and the public. We are now beginning to see the light at the end of the tunnel, and some member states have begun vaccinating against COVID-19. However, as the Director General has reminded us many times, no one is safe until everyone is safe. And this progress has not been equal across and within countries. WHO member states have recognized the role of extensive immunization against COVID-19 as a global public good for health. And we now need to make this a reality by ensuring equitable access to quality, safe, effective vaccines for all. The ACT accelerator, which the EU co-hosts, and the COVAX facility are critical in ensuring the equitable access and that no one is left behind. We call on member states to support WHO and the COVAX facility so that this pandemic is brought to an end. The European Union and its member states have committed over 860 million euro in funding to the COVAX facility to date. And we are proud to express our solidarity and joint action on vaccine sharing. We also welcome the COVAX humanitarian buffer, which will help vulnerable populations affected by humanitarian crises and at risk of exclusion from regular vaccination campaigns. However, the allocation criteria and mechanism must be clearly defined, and the buffer used only for humanitarian purposes. We also call for clear and transparent monitoring of all vaccines administered to ensure that gaps can be addressed. I thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you. And next, we will have China to be followed by Bangladesh. Distinguished delegate from China, you now have the floor.
Distinguished Chair, we thank the Secretariat for the report on Immunization Agenda 2030. As mentioned in the report, Member States continue to maintain and increase immunization rates, reduce morbidity and mortality from vaccine-preventable diseases, and work towards equal access to vaccines and health for all, and other health objectives. The report also mentioned the establishment of IT system for immunization planning to improve quality of monitoring. China has continued to expand its vaccine types and immunization coverage. Since 2007, China's national immunization plan covers 15 vaccine-preventable diseases. Since 2013, the vaccination rate of the national immunization plan exists 90% in all counties. China has achieved the zero polio target, and among children under the age of 5, the percentage of those carrying hepatitis B virus decreased to 0.3% in 2014. Incidence of other vaccine-prevented diseases have also decreased to the lowest level. In recent years, China has increased financial investment in immunization plan, optimized laws and regulations in this area, accelerated the work in IT system, and established the coordination mechanism. China appreciates WHO's efforts in promoting this agenda. We hope WHO will continue the technical and financial support to countries with a low vaccination rate in order to increase accessibility of vaccines and healthcare services. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. And next, we will have Bangladesh to be followed by Republic of Korea. Distinguished delegate from Bangladesh, you now have the floor.
Mr. Chair, we thank the Director General for his report on the progress in implementing the Immunization Agenda 2030 and on the pending work to finalize the operational elements. Immunization is the foundation of the primary healthcare system and thus remains a priority for public health. In this respect, we reiterate the importance of the Immunization Agenda and hope that the strategic framework of the agenda would help address the key obstacles related to immunization within primary healthcare and universal health coverage during 2021-2030. Mr. Chair, the COVID-19 vaccine will be an important tool to help eradicate the pandemic. Given this, we feel that the report could highlight the link between the implementation of the immunization agenda and the challenges related to COVID-19. It could also have shed some light on the ongoing experience in advancing immunization for COVID-19 and how immunization programs for other diseases could be kept alive during the pandemic. More often, resource-constrained countries struggle to disburse the required domestic resources for expanding immunization across the country. Therefore, the primary areas in financing should focus on mobilizing adequate resources apart from domestic funding. We further attach high importance to the strategic priority objective 1.4. It calls for securing high-quality supply chains for vaccines and related commodities and effective vaccine management within the primary healthcare supply system. Mobilizing sufficient financial resources would be the key in this regard, and the strategy should outline this issue in further detail. Appropriate mechanisms for reducing prices of vaccines and promoting registration by vaccine manufacturers would help ensure access to medicines for the low and middle income countries. But there is no such strategic priority focusing on ensuring the affordability and availability of vaccines in an equitable manner. The new strategy aims at guiding countries to help achieve the immunization goals. Therefore, we feel that it should also reflect on some key issues like addressing potential global shortages of vaccines, expanding productive capacities alongside supply chain constraints, and ensuring adequate global allocation. I thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. And next we will have the Republic of Korea to be followed by Burkina Faso. Distinguished delegate from Republic of Korea, you now have the floor.
Thank you, Chair.
The Republic of Korea would like to express support for and commitment to cooperation with WHO and all member states in their efforts to implement the Immunization Agenda 2030. Due to the impact of COVID-19 pandemic, many places around the world, including member states, have experienced challenges in implementing immunization programs. Against this backdrop, it is very timely for discussion to take place on defining ownership and accountability mechanism and advancing and finalizing a framework for monitoring and evaluation for the successful implementation of the vision and strategic priorities of the Immunization Agenda 2030, which was endorsed in August 2020 by the World Health Assembly. The Republic of Korea agrees with the need to set global, regional, and national indicators for strategic priorities and to finalize indicators for impact goals for monitoring and evaluation presented by WHO. And we hope that this framework will ultimately lead to strengthening of health system and implementation of universal health coverage. The Republic of Korea will continue to take part in the successful achievement of the strategic framework for immunization and to collaborate closely with the WHO and member states. I thank you very much.
Thank you. And next we will have Burkina Faso to be followed by the United Kingdom. Distinguished delegate from Burkina Faso, you now have the floor.
Merci beaucoup. Le Burkina Faso.
Thank you very much indeed. And Burkina Faso is taking the floor on behalf of the 47 member states of the African region. The African region wishes to begin by thanking the Director General and congratulating for the quality of the report on Immunization Agenda 2030. It's an excellent report, and it clearly sketches out an ambitious global strategy and vision for 2021-2030 to combat vaccine-preventable diseases. We also wish to thank the Secretariat for its continued efforts to provide key support to member states, particularly in this difficult situation relating to COVID-19. We welcome the progress that's been made in putting in place the operational elements of the program, or the agenda, which will help us to improve primary healthcare and universal health coverage. Chairman, the availability of vaccines is pivotal if we are to save lives and to improve the quality of life of our peoples, particularly the most vulnerable, the poorest, and the marginalized. That will ensure that together we can achieve a more healthy, safer, more prosperous, and sustainable future. In order to achieve that objective, it's important that all relevant stakeholders at community, national, regional, and global levels work together. Our objective of leaving no one behind by strengthening equitable access to new and existing vaccines is vital, particularly in the context of the COVID-19 pandemic. The vision behind the Immunization Agenda 2030, and I quote, "A world where everyone at every age fully benefits from vaccines for good health and well-being." Chairman, research and development and the sharing of results of research and development remain a challenge for the production and distribution of vaccines around the world, which is why the African region wishes to underscore the need for sharing knowledge and the results of research with all states, irrespective of their level of development. The African region also wishes to call for strengthening of R&D relating to neglected tropical diseases and NCDs in order to try to develop vaccines to deal with them. The lessons learned from implementing the Global Plan of Action for Vaccines should help us to maximize the benefits of implementing the new Immunization Agenda 2030 as well. So national ownership of the program and prioritizing the agenda in national policies will help us to achieve the objectives. That's why the member states of our region invite relevant stakeholders to facilitate the implementation of the strategic objectives within the agenda for immunization. In particular, we'd like to call upon states and technical and financial partners to attach top priority to implementing the agenda and making the relevant resources available in order to guarantee that that takes place. The African region takes note of the report and recommends that the EB adopt it. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And next we will have the United Kingdom to be followed by Australia. Distinguished delegate from the United Kingdom, you now have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. The global immunisation and prevention agendas continue to be priorities for the UK. Together, we must maintain a global focus on immunisation, and that is why we are strongly supporting the implementation of the Immunisation Agenda 2030. We are pleased to see the progress here and development of the accountability mechanism and monitoring and evaluation framework. A strong focus on equity and ensuring no one is left behind is also needed. Ensuring effective disease surveillance is in place will be critical to detecting those who miss out on life-saving immunisation, and we welcome the focus on this part as part of the immunisation of the 2030 agenda. The UK is committed to maintaining progress on routine immunisations and is the largest donor to Gavi, the Vaccine Alliance, pledging £1.65 billion over the next 5 years. This will support Gavi's mission to immunise a further 300 million children and save up to 8 million lives from vaccine-preventable diseases, including the lives of zero-dose children who have not received any vaccines and are at highest risk. Gavi's work will sustain immunisation coverage on vaccine-preventable diseases and bolster the resilience of direct healthcare systems to tackle COVID-19 in the poorest countries. In the pandemic and post-pandemic period, we must maintain a strong primary healthcare system as the critical foundation to forecast, plan, monitor and deliver vaccines, alongside building strong foundations of public trust in vaccination services. The UK government is committed to maintaining and improving vaccination programmes and will continue to act to increase uptake, improve access and reduce inequalities. In line with this, the UK will be publishing a national vaccine strategy demonstrating actions we will take to improve our immunisation programmes. Vaccination uptake rates must continue to improve, reaching those underserved populations and making the compelling positive case for vaccination to protect the public from preventable diseases. The UK is working to tackle the issue of vaccine misinformation at home, working closely with social media companies and globally, including through our Vaccine Confidence Project. We applaud WHO for leading a strong collaborative process with member states, civil society and others. We encourage all member states to continue working together to achieve its goal of a world where everyone, everywhere, at every age, fully benefits from vaccines. Thank you.
Thank you. And next we'll have Australia to be followed by India. Distinguished delegate from Australia, you now have the floor.
Thank you. Australia thanks the Secretariat for the report on the work to finalise the operational elements of the Immunisation Agenda 2030. Australia appreciates WHO's ongoing work in consultation with stakeholders to develop and implement a coordinated approach to immunisation, progress to aligned global, regional and country-level strategies. Strong governance, monitoring and evaluation mechanisms that promote alignment, transparency and accountability will be crucial to the success of the Immunisation Agenda 2030. Australia offers the following comments on the proposed operational frameworks to support the agenda. Firstly, it is vital that the proposed monitoring and evaluation framework and indicators are consistent across global, regional, and country strategies to be able to effectively measure progress and promote accountability. Secondly, we note the call to establish a partnership council to provide a global forum across all countries, stakeholders and actors. We would appreciate further detail on how this would operate and the financial implications. Thirdly, we also suggest considering lessons learned from the ACT Accelerator Facilitation Council as a good model for this proposal. For effective delivery of vaccine doses globally and in our region specifically, cold chain storage and supply mechanisms must be robust. Australia looks forward to more detail on how the WHO will support this for both COVID-19 vaccines and across the immunisation agenda. Australia supports the agenda's recognition of the important need for vaccination communication strategies tailored to target populations to quickly combat vaccine hesitancy and misinformation. This is increasingly important as the rollout of COVID-19 vaccines begins. In addition, we would appreciate further information on WHO's plan to consolidate and reflect disease-specific initiatives under the immunisation agenda. Australia looks forward to further collaboration with Member States and immunisation partners on the proposed frameworks before the 74th World Health Assembly. Thank you.
Thank you. And next we'll have India to be followed by the Russian Federation. Distinguished delegate from India, you now have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. India welcomes this agenda and believes that it is integral to accelerate progress and ensure a smooth transition away from the Global Vaccine Action Plan and to sustain significant gains made by the country in its universal immunization program. In the last decade, from 2010 to 2019, Government of India introduced 6 new vaccines: tetanus, diphtheria, inactivated polio virus vaccine, measles rubella vaccine, and rotavirus vaccine at the national level, and Japanese encephalitis vaccine for adults, and pneumococcal conjugate vaccine at the sub-national level. We are now providing protection against 12 deadly vaccine preventable disease through our universal immunization program. The country has been vigilant during the COVID-19 pandemic and has developed and disseminated clear strategies and guidelines to all state and union territory to address the gaps that might have emerged in routine immunization, surveillance of vaccine preventable diseases, and pulse polio immunization. Rapid assessment of vaccine preventable disease surveillance was undertaken in 12 states in September 2020 to access surveillance activities during pandemic. In addition to this, third phase of intensified Mission Indradhanush will be undertaken during March 2021 in 250 high-risk districts across the country. Chair, the country currently has adequate domestic funding for immunization program in addition to small but catalytic support from other agencies. Beyond initial Gavi support, India has already transitioned pentavalent and measles rubella vaccine to domestic support. India is taking all necessary measures for strengthening immunization to leave no one behind in the country. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we will have the Russian Federation to be followed by Argentina. Distinguished delegate from the Russian Federation, you now have the floor.
Thank you very much, distinguished chairperson. The Russian delegation welcomes the efforts of the Secretariat of the WHO to develop a framework for ownership, accountability, monitoring, and evaluation of implementation of the Immunization Agenda 2030. We support work on the implementation of a results-based agenda, as well as the indicators proposed for the impact goals presented in the report. However, in the opinion of the Russian delegation, it would be judicious to focus on the significance of indicators, calculation methods, and deadlines at a global and regional level, as well as to come up with targets under each and every goal. We thank the WHO Secretariat for coming up with technical guidance, which is useful for many countries, as well as a strategic framework for measles and rubella for 2021-2030, and a strategy, a global strategy on comprehensive vaccine-preventable disease surveillance. We are counting on reviewing these documents.
我们欢迎审议这些文件。
The interpreter apologizes, there was a technical difficulty.
对不起，刚刚碰到了一些技术问题。
The interpreter apologizes. Could the distinguished delegate restart her statement? There was a technical problem. It is expected that the work on this strategy will lead to...
Sorry for the interruption. There was some technical difficulty, so we would kindly ask if you could restart. Thank you.
Distinguished Chairperson, the Russian delegation welcomes the efforts of the Secretariat of the WHO to develop a framework for ownership, accountability, monitoring, and evaluation for the implementation of the Immunization Agenda 2030. We support work on the implementation of a results-based agenda, as well as the indicators that have been proposed for impact goals presented in the report. However, in the opinion of the Russian delegation, it would be judicious to focus on the significance of indicators, calculation methods, and deadlines at a global and at regional levels, as well as to come up with targets under each and every goal. We thank the WHO Secretariat for coming up with technical guidance documents which have been useful for many countries, including the strategic framework for measles and rubella 2021-2030, as well as the global strategy on comprehensive vaccine-preventable disease surveillance. We are counting on reviewing these documents soon and on using them when preparing our Russian documents. The government of the Russian Federation, in 2020, adopted a national strategy for the development of immunization against infectious diseases up until 2035. In that document, basic principles, goals, and objectives to develop immunization in Russia are laid out. And this, of course, in line with those of the WHO. It is hoped that the implementation of the strategy will help to meet the needs of Russia in terms of immunobiological samples, as well as reducing mortality and the incidence of infectious diseases, and will increase commitments of the overall population to disease prevention and immunization. With regard to the pandemic, the Russian scientists have developed and registered a number of innovational medicines and products to work against COVID-19, including 3 Russian vaccines. Russia has begun mass immunization with these vaccines, and we have now more than 500,000 people that have been vaccinated, and we haven't seen any serious side effects. Russia is open to working with other countries, and we're already collaborating with other countries, a number of countries, in order to increase accessibility of the Russian vaccines to people from those countries. First and foremost, localizing manufacturing. I thank you very much for your kind attention.
Thank you. And next we will have Argentina to be followed by Germany. Distinguished delegate from Argentina, you now have the floor.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much, Chairman. Argentina takes note of the report on the progress made in finalizing the operational elements of the Immunization Agenda 2030 and welcomes the fact that this was done in spite of very difficult period in which we find ourselves because of the COVID-19 pandemic. With regard to the proposed frameworks for ownership and accountability and for monitoring and evaluation, we believe that the contributions of member states and of the private sector and civil society are all extremely important. Quite apart from focusing efforts on recovering the hierarchy of immunizations as a key tool for prevention, we need the joint pooled efforts of all stakeholders because the current COVID-19 pandemic has shown us quite clearly that we need to work together with all relevant stakeholders. With regard to Objective 4.3, Argentina recognizes the need to implement COVID-19 immunization swiftly and in the right quantities and with good quality. And this because we need to also maintain our efforts to immunize people as quickly as possible, of course, provided the vaccines are available. We underscore the importance of equitable access for all countries to COVID vaccines in order to minimize the impact on health and the economies of all of our countries. We've also seen coverage rates in our general immunization programs affected as a result of the pandemic. And Argentina believes that we need to strengthen strategies, objectives, and targets in our immunization programs. We need to focus on the standards of protection of our people based on the principles of fairness and equity, because one of the indirect results of the COVID-19 outbreak will probably be greater social and economic difficulties for our peoples. Argentina believes it vital to continually evaluate compliance with the objectives so that we can take the necessary corrective measures required and mitigate the damaging effects of the pandemic on our peoples and try to strengthen our healthcare systems. Finally, given the importance that my country has attached to efforts to combat COVID-19, Argentina has participated in extraordinary and open meetings of the Strategic Advisory Group of Experts, SAGE, in order to get information on recommendations for COVID-19 vaccination as a key part of our efforts to contain the impact of the pandemic. Thank you.
Next, we will have Germany to be followed by the United States of America. Distinguished delegate from Germany, you now have the floor.
Germany has the pleasure to align itself with the EU statements delivered by Austria. We thank the Secretariat for the report on the Immunization Agenda 2030. A high degree of immunization through vaccination programs worldwide remains a key priority for Germany's engagement in global health. The COVID-19 pandemic has clearly underlined the high importance of extensive immunization to be prepared for pandemic threats. Indeed, the reaction to the COVID-19 pandemic is in the current spotlight. But we must not allow protection against other infectious diseases to be neglected. We must safeguard previous achievements. Build back better. Under this slogan, we need to ensure that further strengthening immunization against various diseases will remain a key priority for the global community. Yes, the ultimate goal is universal health coverage. This can only be attainable for everyone through extensive immunization worldwide. Therefore, Germany highly appreciates the WHO's work in this regard, and we reiterate our strong commitment and support to the WHO's Immunization Agenda 2030. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we will have the United States of America to be followed by Colombia. Distinguished delegate from the United States of America, you now have the floor.
Thank you very much, moderator. The United States welcomes the update on the Immunization Agenda 2030 and the proposed framework for action through coordinated planning, monitoring and evaluation, and ownership and accountability. We especially appreciate the efforts of the WHO immunization team supporting this essential function amidst the COVID-19 pandemic. WHO and member states must continue substantial efforts to promote vaccine confidence
and trust in safe and effective vaccines for COVID-19, as they are critical medical countermeasures to combat the pandemic, as well as vaccines for other diseases. The United States will support multilateralism in the international COVID-19 public health and humanitarian response, including by supporting the access to the ACT Accelerator and by joining the COVAX facility, as we previously announced. The United States will also take an active role in surging the health and humanitarian response to COVID-19 and supporting global vaccine distribution and research and development for treatments, tests, and vaccines. Safe and effective vaccines remain critical tools to reduce morbidity and mortality across the lifespan. It is crucial for member states to continue maintaining and promoting essential vaccine services, supporting access to high-quality vaccines, and promoting the use of vaccines to control and, where possible, eliminate and eradicate vaccine-preventable diseases, especially during the COVID-19 pandemic, in order to help prevent overwhelming health systems. While we continue fighting this pandemic, immunization programs should be linked to outbreak preparedness and response capacities to decrease the risk of vaccine-preventable disease outbreaks, in addition to supporting the research and development of vaccines for persistent public health threats, as well as emerging infectious diseases such as COVID-19. We regret that a variety of factors prevented the finalization of the detailed omnibus resolution on immunization that we and other delegations had planned for last year at this time. The planned resolution tackled many issues, including many of those such as the global governance around vaccine research, development, and access. And the United States would be interested, in light of all that we've come through together in the last year, in working with other member states and WHO to see what could be possible this year as we look to further discussions around IA 2030 implementation at WHA 74. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And next we will have Colombia to be followed by Botswana. Distinguished delegate from Colombia, you now have the floor.
Thank you. We wish to thank the Director General for the report on the Immunization Agenda 2030, which provides a strategic framework to tackling the key issues related to immunization within primary healthcare and universal health coverage during the period 2021-2030. Our Ministry of Health and Social Protection systematically updates national immunization plans and technical guidelines within its extended immunization program. We believe it's important to evaluate immunization coverage in the field and strengthen capacities for rapid response for imported cases of measles, rubella, and congenital rubella syndrome. We also believe it's important to have monitoring of laboratories and updating different aspects of vaccination systems. The objectives of the immunization agenda on the control and elimination of vaccine-preventable diseases are contained in the different national immunization plans and agreed upon with all stakeholders. And then they are issued in the way of national guidelines to guide planning, organization, and implementation. We believe that it's important that this framework gets the necessary attention of countries, and that there is technical cooperation and monitoring of immunization activities, epidemiological control as well. It's important that research is a key input in order to improve our immunization campaigns. Allow me to mention that our country has made efforts to guarantee coverage of more than 95%, focusing on risk areas, on guaranteeing access to vaccines for not only Colombians, but also migrant populations and people in transit. We also have national guidelines and a national plan for COVID-19 immunization, which will begin in February, and which has been drawn up in accordance with the priority criteria recommended by the WHO. Finally, we believe that it's vital that the WHO continues to promote rapid, safe, and equitable access to COVID-19 vaccines in the best possible conditions for member states. Within the framework of the facility, making it possible as much as possible for the swift revision of emergency licenses for vaccines, because that will help us get access to vaccines as quickly as possible. Thank you.
Thank you. Distinguished delegate from Botswana, you now have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. We thank the Secretariat for the report, and Botswana aligns with the statement delivered by Burkina Faso on behalf of the WHO Africa region. Botswana has reaped the benefits of immunization from the time of the alma mater in 1978 up to now. Our routine immunization program is fully funded and implemented by the government. We have invested in building a robust, expanded program in immunization that has successfully introduced new vaccines such as rotavirus, DTP, and rubella in a timely manner. Hepatitis B vaccination was started in 1995, while HPV vaccination was initiated in 2005. We remain fully committed to eliminating cervical cancer as a public health threat by 2030, in line with WHO global strategy. Botswana has made efforts to establish and maintain a well-functioning vaccine safety system involving all stakeholders. We have established pharmacovigilance systems for vaccines and would like to increase support for this area so that adverse effects following immunization are properly reported and community education and management of rumors is adequately addressed. Chair, we do, however, have challenges with advancing and sustaining high and equitable immunization coverages nationally and in all districts. Implementation science in immunization requires more in-depth research and funding, which is a gap. As a measure to increase demand for health services, the National Guideline for the Implementation of Integrated Community-Based Health Services was launched on the 12th of November 2020 to revitalize people-centered primary healthcare approach. Development partners, civil society organizations, the private sector all play important roles in integrated health services delivery at community level and will enable the country to realize the Immunization Agenda 2030. Lastly, we look forward to the full implementation of the Immunization Agenda 2030 and request for the Secretariat support in its realization. I thank you.
Thank you. We shall now proceed to member states not represented in the board. We'll begin with Philippines, to be followed by Japan. Distinguished delegate from the Philippines, you now have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. The Philippines strongly supporting the global vision of accelerating targets in immunization. Thanks to Secretariat for the report on the progress made in operationalizing the Immunization Agenda 2030. Like other countries experiencing the resurgence of vaccine-preventable diseases, we aim to strengthen the execution of timely and quality outbreak response as a move to support the Immunization Agenda's goal of reducing morbidity and mortality from VPDs. This has been demonstrated with the policies developed for immunization in the context of the COVID-19 pandemic. A series of synchronized outbreak response immunization against polio and measles was conducted while concurrently addressing COVID-19 through an integrated nationwide supplementary immunization activity. We also appreciate the strong support at the regional level for the commitment to achieve the collective goal of leaving no one behind in VPD and immunization services provision. Thus, we request for stronger assistance from the Secretariat in terms of facilitating mechanisms for cross-border collaboration and resource mobilization so that marginalized populations, including refugees and undocumented populations, are not left behind. And we are really able to make the world free from vaccine-preventable morbidity, mortality, and disability towards 2030. With the current health systems in place to support immunization and the UHC, we also look forward to the Secretariat's greater support in strengthening alliances and forging multi-sectoral partnerships for effective integration of immunization services for the improvement of people's lives. Thank you.
Apology. Next, we will have Japan, to be followed by Dominican Republic. Distinguished delegate from Japan, you now have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. We appreciate the report from the Secretariat. Japan welcomes the technical guidance by the Secretariat, which underpins operationalization of the Immunization Agenda 2030. Furthermore, we welcome its focus on immunization as a central function of wider primary health care and universal health coverage, and its encompassment how this agenda can be adapted in the context of the COVID-19 pandemic. Mr. Chair, Japan supports the regional strategic framework for vaccine-preventable diseases and immunization in the Western Pacific, endorsed by the Regional Committee last year, which aims to eliminate vaccine-preventable disease, mortality, and disability by 2030. Many island countries in the Western Pacific region face challenges in vaccine supply, especially under the COVID-19 pandemic, and Japan would like to provide support in collaboration with the WHO. Especially, Japan will contribute more than 130 million US dollars to the COVAX Advanced Market Commitment in order to enable countries to ensure equitable access to COVID-19 vaccines. We would continue to provide support to ensure that vaccines with efficacy, safety, and quality are equitably distributed and administered. Finally, Japan expected WHO's further actions with its partners to maintain and improve immunization programs, which contributes to health system strengthening. Thank you.
Thank you. And next we'll have Dominican Republic to be followed by Brazil. Distinguished delegate from Dominican Republic, you have the floor.
Thank you very much indeed. This is actually a point of order. Our delegation made our statement on this item during consideration of the previous item. So if you'd allow us, could you allow us just to read our statement again under the correct agenda item? Or otherwise, perhaps the statement that we've already made could just be recorded in the minutes.
Please go ahead.
Okay, well, thank you very much. The Dominican Republic is delighted to address this 148th session of the Executive Board. And we agree with the content of the report on progress in the Immunization Agenda 2030. We reiterate our commitment to its implementation and support in particular priority objective 2.1 for building and sustaining strong political commitment for immunization at all levels. We're working on a new vaccine law to state the guarantees for preventing infection at all stages of the life course through vaccine preventable diseases. In the context of our national response to the COVID-19 pandemic, we've designed an immunization plan designed to ensure that 95% of the population are vaccinated between March and December 2021. We're participating in a COVAX facility, and we've strengthened national capacities to facilitate implementation of the plan and equitable access to this global public good. We'd like to take this opportunity to welcome the United States of America on rejoining the WHO. We welcome their expression of interest in joining the COVAX facility and the ACT accelerator for dealing with COVID-19. And we welcome their commitment to working with the organization to the principles of multilateralism and solidarity. We believe that that will be very beneficial to global efforts to combat the pandemic. The Dominican Republic reiterates its thanks to the WHO in its global response to the COVID-19 pandemic. And we would like to express our solidarity with peoples all over the world who have been affected by this scourge. And we reiterate the commitment of the Dominican Republic government to working together with others to ensure that we all can be safe from this illness. Thank you.
Thank you. And next we will have Brazil to be followed by Spain. Distinguished delegate from Brazil, you now have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Mr. Chair, Brazil wants to thank the Secretariat for the report on the development of the operational elements of the Immunization Agenda 2030. Such elements should contribute to making the agenda a helpful instrument to accelerate efforts to improve vaccination coverage and foster equitable access to safe, effective, quality, and affordable vaccines. In this context, Member States should try and find efficient ways to promote a broader and more diversified pool of developers and manufacturers of vaccines. This would lead to a more resilient supply chains for immunization programs in all regions, during and beyond health emergencies. It is expected that national governments establish strategic actions towards 2030, with a view to implementing information systems and organizing supply chain networks. National circumstances and priorities will play a key role, as epidemiological scenarios and resources vary from country to another and among regions. In this light, as the Secretariat advances towards the finalization of the operational elements, Brazil wishes to point out the importance of a close dialogue and for consultations for an optimal match between different national contexts and priorities on the one hand, and the ownership and accountability mechanism and the monitoring and evaluation framework on the other. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. And next we will have Spain to be followed by Norway. Distinguished delegate from Spain, you now have the floor.
Muchas gracias, señor moderador.
Thank you, moderator. Spain fully supports the statement delivered on behalf of the European Union and its member states, and we'd like to make the following statement in our national capacity. We welcome the Director General's report on the Immunization Agenda 2030 as a key and important mechanism to monitor and evaluate national immunization strategies. Spain has immunization rates beyond 90% for vaccine-preventable diseases. With the arrival of the COVID-19 pandemic, our health system has made great efforts to try and maintain our immunization calendar. Thanks to this, we know that we also have to have a number of other initiatives to ensure that we focus on priority groups such as our healthcare staff and vulnerable groups. Spain is also a member of the ACT Accelerator and the COVAX Facilitator, and an active member. We have managed to start immunization against COVID-19. We've drawn up a national campaign for solidarity and immunization, and in accordance with that document, we want to ensure that we extend immunization to countries who are in a more difficult position and find it difficult to do that themselves. In that plan, priority groups are refugees and migrants and others, and we would ask for the support of partners in ensuring that this plan is a success. We believe that what's important is equitable access, universal access, and multilateralism. These are all key principles for us. COVAX and the European Union will be key, and other partners. Spain would also be delighted to support countries who require support for their immunization campaigns. Thank you.
Thank you. And next we will have Norway to be followed by Malaysia. Distinguished delegate from Norway, you now have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. And Norway welcomes the proposed frameworks for ownership and accountability and for monitor and evaluation. We believe it's a good strategy to let the member states set their own priority agenda within the framework of the Immunization Agenda 2030, as well as being able to select additional indicators for monitoring and evaluation that are tailored to the country's needs and contexts. As already noted in the report, we want to highlight the importance of more systematic use of existing structures, such as the WHO regional committees and regional technical advisory groups, and coordination among them. The contribution of development partners, including the private sector and civil society organizations, also need to be coordinated among themselves, but also among the above-mentioned structures. Full value for some of the proposed indicators assume well-functioning surveillance systems. For many countries, this is not the reality. We therefore urge the work to get needed systems in place for using new technology. We are encouraged by the suggested framework of operationalization of the Immunization Agenda 2030. The operationalization will be challenging, but if possible, we should take advantage of the systems that will be implemented during the pandemic and make use of these also in other immunization programs. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. And next we will have Malaysia, to be followed by Thailand. Distinguished delegate from Malaysia, you now have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Malaysia commends the progress made in advancing the implementation of the Immunization Agenda 2030. The development of technical guidance and additional technical strategies and documents is timely and relevant to operationalization of the immunization agenda, and it will facilitate strengthening of vaccine-preventable disease control and prevention activities. Malaysia welcomes the tailored approach to track performance of immunization programs, so countries have ownership and accountability. Collaboration and partnerships are important in successful implementation of the immunization agenda. It is our hope that technical guidance and support for countries by WHO and other partners and civil society organizations, as well as effective communication and advocacy, continues to enable timely and effective implementation of Immunization Agenda 2030, especially in these challenging times of COVID-19 pandemic. Thank you for your kind attention.
Thank you. And next we will have Thailand, to be followed by Pakistan. Distinguished delegate from Thailand, you now have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. Thailand welcomes the progress of Immunization Agenda 2030 framework for monitoring and evaluation, and appreciate the progress of engagement by key stakeholders, including member states, development partners, non-state actors in this framework. Thailand would like to express three concerns. First, vaccination should be provided for those at highest risk in the society, especially mobile and neglected populations. Furthermore, people in conflict, disaster, and epidemic areas should be included in the global vaccination framework. Second, we urge member states to include vaccination in primary health care as an effective safeguard to any emergencies. Monitoring to ensure vaccination coverage and identify leftover population should be strengthened. Outcomes of vaccine campaigns to ensure adequate coverage in some countries are the best proofs of prevention is better than cure. Third, misinformation on vaccination program is still a serious problem in many countries, especially in the West. Chair, WHO may help tackling misinformation on vaccination and help countries respond to safety questions by acting as a trustful vaccination informant for all. This will help gaining public trust on immunization worldwide. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Next we will have Pakistan, to be followed by Palestine. Distinguished delegate from Pakistan, you now have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. 2020 has been marked by the unprecedented crisis caused by the COVID-19 pandemic. Multitude of eligible children missed out on their routine immunizations, exacerbating existing inequities and putting the most deprived communities at a greater risk. In Pakistan, immunization services remain suspended for about 2 months, as a result of which an estimated 1.5 million eligible children, they missed their essential immunization doses. Mr. Chairperson, Pakistan proceeded to resume immunization services in May 2020 with strict infection prevention and control measures in place. Apart from resumption of the routine immunization services at the fixed sites and outreach activities, we also embarked on enhanced outreach interventions across the country, and I am pleased to report that so far, over 96% of the missed children, they have been covered because of this effort. Pakistan is also making huge progress and making investments to address the chronic gaps in the immunization system. In the next 3 months, we will celebrate the renovation of over 2,000 EPI centers and add around 600 new EPI centers into our system. Mr. Chairperson, Pakistan, in pursuance of the Immunization Agenda 2030 goals, is aiming to achieve universal immunization coverage by tracking all zero-dose children by extending the mobile phone-based electronic immunization registry and reach all tracked zero-dose children through meticulous micro-planning, enhanced outreach activities, expansion of immunization service delivery by engaging private sector and NGO health facilities. Mr. Chairman, Pakistan believes that for a safer and a healthier world, immunization programs across the globe will need to work relentlessly for vaccinating every child and leaving no child behind by operationalizing Immunization Agenda 2030. All stakeholders within countries and the international partners will have to join hands to make it a success. I thank you.
Thank you. Distinguished delegate from Palestine, you now have the floor.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes, please go ahead.
Thank you, Chairman, and we wish to commend the WHO Secretariat on the report on the immunization agenda. Immunization is vital if we are to have an effective primary healthcare system. It's important to point out that access to COVID-19 vaccines remains impossible. The vaccine is unavailable in many poor and developing countries. In particular, in regions and territories affected by conflict, such as mine, occupied Palestine. Chairman, the ACT Accelerator and the COVAX facility are very important if we are to guarantee equitable and transparent access to COVID-19 vaccines. Multilateral partnerships are essential if we are to face this pandemic together. And Palestine wishes to support the statement made on behalf of the EMRO region. Thank you.
Thank you, and that completes the interventions from member states. We have a list of non-state actors, and we will begin with International Federation of Medical Students Association. You now have the floor.
Distinguished delegates, the International Federation of Medical Students Association, supported by the International Veterinary Students Association, commends the work of WHO in its progress towards operationalizing the Immunization Agenda 2030. We call upon all stakeholders present to fully implement this agenda, which is imperative in accelerating progress to universal health coverage. We strongly emphasize the role youth has played in working towards a holistic and interprofessional approach required to achieve the immunization agenda, and therefore call upon member states to thoroughly involve youth in the implementation of the agenda, including research, education, advocacy, and creation of national implementation strategies. Furthermore, the provision of COVID-19 vaccines has strengthened the necessity of global access. Thus, we call upon you to work towards equitable distribution of vaccines, promoting early availability and affordability of vaccines to all countries, delivering the promise to leave no one behind. Thank you.
Thank you. And next, we will have the Task Force for Global Health. You now have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. The Task Force for Global Health, in partnership with the US CDC, will work closely with WHO and other partners to implement IA 2030 and strengthen the capacity and performance of immunization programs at global, regional, and national levels. CDC's new Global Immunization Strategic Framework will guide its work to support achievement of the goals and objectives of IA 2030, Gavi 5.0, and the Global Health Security Agenda through an approach that is informed by data, advanced through integration, and based on partnership and focused investment. In 2021, the Task Force for Global Health will establish a US-based coalition to support implementation of CDC's Global Immunization Strategic Framework and its alignment with IA 2030, with particular emphasis on the vital role that strong immunization systems play in achieving global health security. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next, we will have International Pharmaceutical Students Federation. You now have the floor.
It is a great honor to speak on behalf of the International Pharmaceutical Student Federation, which represents the voice of 500,000 pharmaceutical students and recent graduates in more than 100 countries worldwide. Immunization availability and accessibility are as imperative now as ever. As a long-time advocate for immunization, IPSF runs extensive campaigns to raise awareness on the benefits of vaccination and to establish an open line of communication between the public and the future young healthcare professionals. IPSF also issued the Vaccine Hesitancy Toolkit, which guides members on how to advocate for immunization locally. IPSF urges WHO and the member states to further integrate pharmacists in national immunization plans, provide proper training and certification, and create a legal framework for them to be authorized to administer vaccines. Involving pharmacists in vaccination has proven to increase coverage while guaranteeing the safety of patients. IPSF calls member states to work with youth to create structured long-term plans on raising awareness and educating the public regarding immunization vaccine hesitancy. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we will have Union for International Cancer Control. You now have the floor.
Thank you, Moderator. On behalf of UACC and the NCD Alliance, immunization is a critical component of the global cancer response. Estimates suggest that in 2018, 2.2 million infection-attributable cancers were diagnosed globally, with some of the highest rates in low and middle-income countries. Immunization is, therefore, a powerful cancer prevention tool. The COVID-19 pandemic has severely disrupted immunization services, and the closure of schools has curtailed HPV vaccine rollout, jeopardizing the goal of 90% coverage of girls as part of the global cervical cancer elimination strategy. As we look ahead, national action will be critical to driving process, and the strong support articulated today will be important to help safeguard the health of populations and the resilience of health systems. National ownership of immunisation strategies and coordination will be essential to make the best use of the technical support available from intergovernmental and civil society organisations at all levels. To accelerate action, we call on Member States to take 4 actions. First, develop national targets and data baselines for core vaccinations, including HPV and hepatitis B. Second, to regularly report on progress, challenges and lessons learned, including through the WHO regional committees and technical advisory groups. Third, to develop catch-up strategies for all immunisation programmes with the support of partners. And finally, to work to build public confidence in immunisation, drawing on credible sources of information and tackling information. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next, we'll have Global Health Council. You now have the floor. In the absence of that, we will move on. The International Council of Nurses, you have the floor. We do not seem to have a response. Honorable Chair, that concludes the interventions by member states and statements from non-state actors. I now yield back the floor. Thank you.
Thank you. If there are no more requests for the floor, I shall ask the Secretariat to respond to the questions raised, and I hand back the floor to the Secretariat.
Thank you very much, Chairman. I would like to thank Member States for the rich discussion and the valuable guidance, both in the regional statements and also in the country statements. And also the acknowledgement for the work of the organization in this very important area, and also for the DG's report. As all of you said, these are historical times, and never has immunization been so important as it is today for people's well-being and also for the economy. Our immediate task now is vaccine rollout for COVID-19 and do it in an equitable manner, as the Director General keeps reminding the world. It is crucial, however, to have a broader immunization agenda, and its adoption by the World Health Assembly 73 was a major milestone, as it sets the vision of the world where everyone, everywhere, at every age, fully benefits from vaccines, from immunization, for health and well-being. It also positions immunization as a key component of primary health care on the road towards UHC and SDGs. As many of you underline the need to coordinate and integrate the immunization agenda with primary health care, which is crucial also because we are rolling out the primary health care operational framework, as it was also agreed in the World Health Assembly. The Immunization Agenda 2030 is a global strategy which responds to each and every country's need, following an extensive global consultation, and it is not owned by one agency, but it is co-owned by all the immunization stakeholders. Many countries have underlined the need for ownership of the countries, and this is exactly what is envisaged. Now, at the start of the new immunization decade, we move from the vision to implementation at a time when COVID-19 vaccine rollout brings hope to the world, but when many national immunization programs are facing challenges to sustain routine immunizations. And the COVID-19, as you also pointed out, gave a setback, which disrupted also several essential public health services. We heard it most recently from Pakistan. We greatly appreciate your guidance on the three main elements to operationalize the immunization agenda, namely the accountability mechanism, and your strong support to the Partnership Council, and also to advocacy and communication together with research and development. For the more operational and practical issues, I have the pleasure to hand over to Kate O'Brien, Director of Immunization, Vaccines and Biologicals. Kate, over to you, please.
Thank you, DDG. And thank you to all the member states and non-state actors for your rich comments on IA 2030 framework for action of which there were 4 elements proposed. And I'll just try and address several of the highlights of some of the issues. We've noted all comments, and I won't have time to address all of them, but I want to address a couple of key ones. The first is on the Partnership Council, which was proposed, and we thank you for welcoming the idea. On the issue of financing and how it will work, as well as incorporating lessons from, especially from the COVID pandemic around, and the Act A around the Facilitation Council, these are aspects that are continuing to be worked on the issue of the financing in particular, of how the Partnership Council would work. We will continue having discussions about that, but I think our primary point on that is about contributions by partners to the Partnership Council in a collaborative way to limit the amount of financing which would be needed to actually make the council function. So I think it's really about co-contributing to the Partnership Council. The second point is on the monitoring and evaluation targets and the sort of critical issue of timing of those targets and the consistency of the targets at the global, regional, and country level. And I think the emphasis there is that we will be coming before WHA with specification of the targets. I want to emphasize that the monitoring and evaluation framework has been co-developed with the monitoring and evaluation framework of Gavi 5.0 as well, so that especially for those countries that are also supported by the Gavi strategy, there is one aligned way of looking at the monitoring and evaluation, and that we're not having any sort of misalignment of targets or outcomes or those sorts of things. So appreciate the emphasis on the ability of countries to define some of their own targets towards the global target setting, so that it's much more tailored for countries in their contribution towards global targets. The third point is there were a number of comments that came through on both cold chain and vaccine supply and the issue of monitoring and addressing global shortages, manufacturing, and capacity of countries on production. In this, clearly one of the strategic priorities within IA 2030 is on supply and on financing. And I want to emphasize that as this technical work and advocacy work moves forward, the transparency of what countries are procuring in terms of vaccines and what production capacity there is of really paramount importance. And the reports that we issue from the Monitoring Immunization for Access are providing that, that transparency. And then finally, on the issues of equitable access, especially with a lens towards the pandemic pathogens and vaccines for the pandemic pathogens. Very well noted, this issue from as shared in the EU statement, and then certainly amplified through other statements, which relates to the points that were raised about the COVID vaccine issues. And the suggestion that for the report to be more specific about COVID vaccine, highlighting that in the report. And as we move towards the WHA, we'll try to adapt this further and be more specific around these issues and around the issue of how the COVID pandemic has impacted essential health services. So the two elements, as was raised by Bangladesh. And then the final point that I would like to respond to is the issue around financing and the need for this to be highlighted further. So we take that point welcome that point, and we'll certainly incorporate further language around financing. I do want to note that for IA 2030, there are technical annexes that sit underneath each of the strategic priorities that create a lot more detail and specification on some of these technical issues. We will continue to adapt those, as this is a living document and is not intended to be a static strategy that sits as developed in 2020 and 2021. So I think I'll end there. I think those were the key points. Thank you, DDG.
Okay, to you and to your team. And with this, I hand over to the Director General for his closing remarks.
Thank you. Thank you, DDG, and thank you, Kate. And thank you also to all our member states for your inputs and guidance. Very, very helpful. And also your commitments to COVAX. No other time in history has made it more apparent to the world just how important vaccines are for a thriving global economy and the well-being of our people, regardless of where you live, how old you are, or your income level. An urgent priority, of course, and focus for this year will be on the COVID vaccines rollout. And I know many of you have said that it has to be our focus because we are in the middle of unprecedented pandemic. And would be remiss not to place this critical and innovative work within the broader agenda of routine immunizations, effective health systems, and platforms required to protect our populations from all vaccine preventable diseases. There is a valuable opportunity to put the ambitious Immunization Agenda 2030 vision and strategy to work around the globe. We count on our member states to first and foremost deliver equal access to COVID vaccines. We count on our member states to provide the right information, messages needed to improve immunization coverage beyond our focus on COVID-19. We count on our member states to strengthen the health systems, improve the platforms, and continue to empower communities and their health workers to improve the reach and efficacy of their services. And we need to do this together through our partnerships across national, regional, and global levels, ensuring that we pool our collective resources, our human and financial commitments to achieve a world where everyone, everywhere, at every age, fully benefits from vaccines for good health and well-being. Thank you so much again, and moderator, back to you. I think to chair or the chair, Your Excellency, Dr. Harsh Vardhan, back to you.
Thank you, Dr. Tedros. As I see no more comments, may I take it that the board is ready to note the report contained in document EB 148/14? I see no objection. The report is noted. Thank you. This concludes the board's consideration of item 12. We shall now consider item 13, integrated people-centered eye care, including preventable vision impairment and blindness. The report by the Director General is contained in document EB 148/15. The floor is now open for discussion. I would like to request that the Secretariat moderate the discussion on the virtual platform. Secretariat, you have the floor, please.
Thank you, Honorable Chair, and we shall begin with member states represented in the board. We shall begin with China, to be followed by Chile. Distinguished delegate from China, you now have the floor.
Chair, we thank the DG for his report on people-centered eye care, including preventable vision impairment and blindness. Chinese delegation appreciates the progress made by WHO in setting feasible global targets for 2030 on integrated people-centered eye care, focusing on effective coverage of refractive error and cataract surgery. China notes that the WHO has taken equity into account when setting feasible global targets on effective coverage of refractive error and cataract surgery, which we appreciate. We recommend that the feasibility and equity should also be fully considered when developing a monitoring framework for these two indicators so as to effectively promote the realization of the target. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you. And next we will have Chile, to be followed by Bangladesh. Distinguished delegate from Chile, you have the floor.
Gracias, moderador. Chile toma nota y agradece al director general de la Organización Mundial.
Chile takes note of the report. We'd also like to thank the Director General and the WHO for focusing on integrated people-centered eye care, including preventable vision impairment and blindness. The work of the WHO on visual health through the blindness prevention program has been vital for the progress that we've made at national level. Chile's made great progress in this area over the past decade, incorporating the main areas of eye care into its healthcare system targets since 2005. We've been making progress on diagnostics and treatment of certain eye problems, and in particular focusing on the elderly. Of course, we're dealing with cataract surgery. We've increased from about 30 to 50,000 operations over the past few years, and we are focusing on providing coverage of refractive error free of charge in the state system as well. In spite of this program, this progress, the COVID-19 pandemic has had a tremendous impact on eye care, making our waiting lists much, much longer. And in that context, the targets proposed are ambitious. Of course, we'll need national surveys and periodic information, and there are significant delays as a result of the pandemic. We require financial, political, and technical support, and the permanent support of PAHO and WHO in order to achieve these targets. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. And next we will have Bangladesh, to be followed by Guinea-Bissau. Distinguished delegate from Bangladesh, you now have the floor.
Thank you. Mr. Chair, we appreciate the report of the Director General on integrated people-centered eye care, including preventable vision impairment and blindness. We thank the WHO team for the recommendations on feasible targets for 2030, including effective coverage of refractive errors and effective coverage of cataract surgery. We are happy to note that the recommended targets are determined through a broad-based consultation. The targets are expedient and well-defined. However, my delegation would like to request the Secretariat to consider developing a monitoring framework and a tool for collection of data with regard to the efforts made by the member states and WHO in achieving the targets. Also, we would request the Secretariat to keep necessary provisions for providing technical support to the countries to reach the targets. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we'll have Guinea-Bissau, to be followed by Austria. Distinguished delegate from Guinea-Bissau, you now have the floor.
Statement by Guinea-Bissau on behalf of the African Group on Gender, Agenda 13. Integrated people-centered eye care, including preventable vision impairment and blindness. Chairperson, Guinea-Bissau is alive to make this statement on behalf of 47 member states of the WHO African region, and thanks to the Director General for developing the report pursuant to Resolution WHA 73.4. Eye conditions are remarkable, common globally and regionally. Approximately 26.3 million people in the African region have a form of visual impairment. Of these, 20.4 million have a low vision, and the 5.9 million are estimated to be blind. The common causes of visual impairments and blindness in the region include incorrect refractive error, cataract, glaucoma, and diabetic retinopathy. For example, cataract remains the main cause of disability globally, including in Africa, where 50% of a preventable blindness is linked to this disease. Coverage rates of cataract surgery, an indicator of eye care service provided within population, show market variation by income level. Inequities also exist within countries. The prevalence of vision impairment tends to be higher in underserved population. Chairperson, some progress has been made in the region to address eye care needs of population, such as define the eye health workers or competencies, launched the online eye health data collection based on WHO catalog of key eye health indicators, established a pool of regional trainers in primary eye care credits and countries capacity training. However, challenges remain, including insufficient national and multi-sectoral coordination of eye care. Eye care is not included in the basic package of essential health services. Shortage of qualified human resources at all health care levels. Lack of protocol, guidelines, and training material for detecting and secondary prevention of eye disorders. The COVID-19 pandemic was responsible for a total or partial disruption of eye care in almost all countries. Chairperson, the African Group welcomes global target for 2030 on integrated people-centered eye care, including 1. A 40% point increase in effective coverage of refractive error by 2030. Second, 30% point increase in effective coverage of cataract surgery by 2030. We call on WHO to continue to provide support to countries to accelerate progress in strengthening the eye care service by the first one, reaffirming the importance of addressing eye care issues urgently by integrating eye care in primary health care and universal health coverage to detect and manage visual impairment correctly, strengthening capacity of planning and operationalization of eye care, including the availability of eye health human resources. Developing a monitoring framework that is practical to implement and financially available, including a feasible tool to facilitate the collection of data on the two indicators by member state, ensuring the provision of technical support to enable member states progress towards achieving the proposed.
If you could conclude. Thank you very much. And next we will have Austria to be followed by Botswana. Distinguished delegate from Austria, you now have the floor.
Austria thanks the Director General for the report. The ongoing pandemic has shown the world quite plainly how important the issue of health is. In the field of eye care, at least 1 billion people are living with preventable or correctable vision impairment, including the leading causes of blindness and vision impairment, cataract and uncorrected refractive error. Even though effective interventions exist, low and uneven coverage rates still need to be addressed. In addition, coronavirus lockdown measures have led to a delay of cataract surgeries in many countries, leaving people waiting even longer to regain their eyesight. Therefore, we commend WHO for not losing the focus on the topic of eye care during the fight against the coronavirus. Austria welcomes the consultative process of the WHO to develop global targets for 2030 in the area of integrated people-centered eye care. We take note of the targets proposed in the annex as well as the additional information in the discussion paper of November 2020. In particular, the differentiation of the member states according to different baselines. In order to enable the implementation of the recommendations of the World Vision Report and Resolution WHA 73.4, we encourage the Secretariat to develop a more detailed, strategic and sequenced manual which provides guidance concerning the range of instruments available and the implementation in the countries. Furthermore, we urge the Director General to take further steps according to the requests enlisted in Resolution WHA 73.4. Thank you.
Thank you. And next we'll have Botswana to be followed by Australia. Distinguished delegate from Botswana, you now have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. Botswana aligns herself with the statement presented by Guinea-Bissau on behalf of the Afro region. We congratulate the Secretariat for putting together, during these challenging times of the COVID-19 pandemic, a succinct report on a very important issue that is often neglected: integrated people-centered eye care, including preventable vision impairment and blindness. In this regard, we wish to highlight a few points from a national point of view. Firstly, we acknowledge that refractive error and cataract are the leading causes of preventable vision impairment and blindness in Botswana. In a study done in 2006 and published in 2011, refractive error, which is easily corrected with glasses, was found to be a leading cause, followed by cataract, of childhood visual impairment and blindness in children under 15 years of age. A follow-up study was done in 2014 and is yet to be published, showed a sharp rise in glaucoma with a 23% increase in prevalence. The studies have shown a decline in trachoma during the study period. Secondly, we would like to acknowledge the efforts of the International Agency for Prevention of Blindness for the critical role they played during and before the COVID-19 pandemic to facilitate various platforms to ensure that preventable blindness is not a forgotten item on the public health agenda. We have benefited from the various digital platforms and look forward to more productive engagements. We request the WHO to build capacities, particularly in low and middle-income countries, which have few specialists and skilled personnel with requisite skills. More platforms are needed to increase knowledge, skills, and information in order to achieve the targets of integrated eye care by 2030. Chairperson, we have included eye health in our tools for the national guidelines for the implementation of integrated community-based health services of November 2020 as a means of increasing demand for eye health services nationally. We continue to rely on various partnerships regionally and globally to advance the implementation of the National Eye Health Strategic Plan 2007-2011 and the WHO in facilitating coordination of partnerships in the health sector. Lastly, we would like to request that the Secretariat include indicators for glaucoma and diabetic retinopathy in the monitoring and evaluation framework. More research.
The Secretariat asked the Speaker to slow down for the benefit of interpreters, please.
My apologies. I'll read that last paragraph again. Lastly, we would like to request that the Secretariat include indicators for glaucoma and diabetic retinopathy in the monitoring and evaluation framework. More research is needed to understand the increasing rate of glaucoma and cataract in young people. I thank you for your attention, Chair, and I apologize for the speed to which I read the statement.
Thank you. Next we will have Australia to be followed by Indonesia. Distinguished delegate from Australia, you now have the floor.
Thank you. Australia was pleased to lead with Indonesia the resolution on integrated people-centred eye care, including preventable vision impairment and blindness in 2020. The development of global targets for the coverage of cataract surgery and refractive error is an important next step in addressing the vast inequities that exist in the prevalence of vision impairment and blindness. We thank the Secretariat and the expert working group for their efforts in developing the proposed targets and for the comprehensive consultation process to which we were pleased to contribute. As outlined in our submission, Australia supports the proposed feasible global targets for effective coverage of refractive error and effective coverage for cataract surgery to be achieved by 2030. We understand the need for realistic but ambitious targets and appreciate the evidence-based strategy towards their development. We note that reasonable proxies based on National Health Survey data and existing research literature should be allowed, given true refractive error and cataract prevalence is not routinely measured, even in highly developed member countries. And further technical guidance regarding data collection and strategy that is practical and financially viable from the Secretariat will be required to address information gaps. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we will have Indonesia to be followed by United Arab Emirates. Distinguished delegate from Indonesia, you now have the floor.
Now they are saying 3 member states and 3 NSAs, 6 left.
Thank you, Chair.
So they are trying to see if they can finish.
Indonesia delegation wishes to focus its intervention of the agenda item 13. Indonesia support the strategies for overcoming vision impairment as an integrated program in the national health system, as well as the effort to ensure that everyone with vision impairment has the appropriate access to the required health services affordably. In the context of overcoming vision impairment and blindness, Indonesia has issued the regulation of the Minister of Health on the prevention and control of vision and hearing loss. Indonesia has set a target to reduce the prevalence of vision impairment by 25% in 2030, compared to the prevalence in 2017. The agreeable target has been set out based on the available resources. Indonesia agrees that feasible target determination as an indicator of the success of a vision impairment management program is vital. This also includes the determination of global target recommendation regarding the effective coverage for refractive error intervention and cataract surgeries that need to be achieved by 2030. We recognize the importance of the setting up of practical indicators, operational definition, and operational strategies so that the global targets can be implemented properly. Indonesia supports the global target to increase the effective coverage of refractive error intervention to 40% by 2030. In this regard, Indonesia has implemented early detection and screening program, especially for school-aged children. with the follow-up of providing corrective glasses. Additionally, Indonesia also support the 60% increase for the use of corrective glasses for refractive error, including presbyopia, by 2030. Furthermore, Indonesia also support the 30% increase in effective coverage of cataract surgery by 2030 as one of the global target recommendations. Indonesia encourages early detection of cataract in the community, especially in people over 40 years of age. Indonesia has been conducting the program with the follow-up of provision of cataract surgery that is being supported by the National Health Insurance Scheme, as well as private sector through social services activities, professional organizations, and other non-state actors. Indonesia strives to achieve the coverage for cataract surgery for people presenting visual acuity of less than 360 to reach 70%. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Distinguished delegate of the United Arab Emirates, you now have the floor.
Esteemed Chair, members of the EB, ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of the Eastern Mediterranean region, member states, we welcome the Director General's report on integrated people-centered eye care, including preventable blindness and impaired vision, enclosing recommendations on global targets for 2030, focusing on effective coverage of refractive error and effective coverage of cataract surgery as requested by Resolution WHA 73.4. We commend the effort made by the Secretariat for comprehensive consultations with the member states around the targets in order to ensure that country perspectives and considerations are taken into account. Besides the global targets, the report includes detailed information of the consultative process, which we believe should be pursued in future technical guidance to be developed relevant to the Resolution WHA 73.4. We hope that the recommended global targets help to converge collective world efforts towards a common goal. In addition, member states should develop national targets and indicators based on the global targets to ensure structured contributions and monitor the progress made. In this regard, strengthening data and research in eye health and care at country level is of utmost importance, and its integration as part of the existing health information system. Ladies and gentlemen, we all know that most common causes of visual impairment globally and in our region are uncorrected refractive errors, cataract and corneal opacity, glaucoma, trachoma, diabetic retinopathy, and age-related macular degeneration. While these causes are within the direct realm of eye care services, it is also important to ensure the appropriate management of diabetes to reduce the risk of diabetic retinopathy and resultant visual impairment. All of these factors need to be taken into account by health systems in planning for meeting existing eye care needs. In fact, the gap in many these needs remains deeply concerning. We hope that the operationalization of the provisions of Resolution WHA 73.4 would ensure the full and equitable fulfillment of the needs of all population groups in all contexts. After all, effective interventions to address eye conditions and visual impairment across the continuum of care are known and well researched to a great extent. We request the DG to continue providing the required technical support to member states to strengthen integrated quality, people-centered eye care as an inherent component of universal and equitable coverage, and we urge member states to translate their commitment into action, drawing on this support, where it is at country level that difference can be made. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Chair, I have one EB member, one member state, and 3 non-state actors to go, but I do understand we've reached our time, so I yield back the floor. Thank you.
Your Excellencies, colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for the good progress today. We have now come to the end of today's session. We are suspending further discussion on agenda item 13 today. We will reconvene on Monday, 25th January at 10 a.m. Central European Time. I understand that a consultation on the draft decision point contained in document EB 148/conference/12 will convene at 17:30 Central European Time. The consultation will be open to EB members and member states not represented on the board. Please use your EB 148 connection details to access the consultation. You may wish to remain connected to this meeting rather than disconnecting and reconnecting at 17:30. I would like to kindly request that all other participants disconnect from the meeting platform. I would like to encourage delegations to engage constructively in the consultation with a view to reach an early consensus on the draft decision points. Thank you. Today's meeting is closed.